Chapter 14, 79. Inside the source ground, the battle was getting more and more intense. Wang, Tai Tu, and Yao did not make a move. They could not interfere in a battle like this, unless they went to kill Spirit Emperor. Even so, they were still weaker. On the side, Qin Fengqing was enjoying the show. He did not seem to be nervous at all. Tai Tu could not stand this guy. What are you looking at? You. Qin Fengqing did not want to be outdone. Aren't you watching as well? Why are you yelling at me? Tai Tu was fuming. There was nothing he could do. Qin Fengqing was not afraid of him at all. Wang, what do we do now? Just stay here and watch? Tai Tu was frustrated. They could not interfere. The source ground was sealed. They could not go down even if they wanted to. All they could do was watch. Wang said nothing. He was still activating the Great Path. Above his head was the passageway, but at the end of the Great Path was his Sanjiao Gate. He could not go out through his Great Path. The moment they came in, the Great Path was sealed. This was what Heaven Emperor wanted to see. If the three did not go into the source ground, Heaven Emperor would not lift the seal. Wang looked at the Great Path in the sky and said nothing. Over there, a few powerhouses besieged East Emperor and Spirit Emperor, but they did not gain the upper hand. Further away, Fang Ping and Celestial Emperor were fighting, although Celestial Emperor kept retreating. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Fang Ping did not have the upper hand. Heaven Emperor was just waiting for the celestial source to mature. Wang suddenly looked at Emperor of Heaven Reverse and Emperor God and said, "Are you going to keep watching? At this rate, when the celestial source matures, everyone will die. Do you think you can defeat Heaven Emperor?" Emperor God put his hands behind his back, watching the fight between Heaven Emperor and Fang Ping. "What can we do? Do you think the two of us can defeat Heaven Emperor? This is his home ground. Here, our Great Path is trapped by him. We can only use less than 30% of our strength." Emperor Celestial Reverse also sighed. "We can only protect ourselves. Not attacking Fang Ping is already our limit. If we attack, both of us will die before the source collapses." With that said, Emperor of Heaven Reverse turned to Wang Jinyang and sighed. "Heaven Emperor is not so easy to deal with. 8,000 years ago, in order not to be killed by Heaven Emperor, I had to go to the origin and prove my origin. Otherwise, I could have created another path, the path of energy, to create some trouble for Heaven Emperor. 8,000 years ago, he attained the Tao for many reasons. Part of it was his own scheme, but part of it was also because he was forced to do it. He was not as powerful as the Yang spirit. He might be able to open the extreme path again, but at that time the Sky Emperor obviously would not let anyone open the extreme path again. If he did not prove his way, the Sky Emperor would definitely attack him. Proving his Tao would instead make the Celestial Emperor hesitate to act. But now, whether he succeeded or failed, he also proved his Tao. He, who was trapped in the origin, had many restrictions, especially when facing the Sky Emperor. Of course, the Sky Emperor would not kill them rashly. The two of them were too strong, and their roots were very deep. Killing them could easily cause the origin land to collapse. Qin Fengqing said lazily, "You too, you have lived for so long. Why don't you blow yourself up? If you do, I think half of the origin land will collapse. Even if the Celestial Emperor absorbs the celestial origin, I don't think he will be able to fill the hole." Qin Fengqing egged him on. "Blow yourself up. Kill him. Do it if you are a real man." This guy grinned cheekily. "Why are you so calculative? Real men don't say no. If you blow up half of the origin land, the Celestial Emperor will be weakened. You two have lived for 40,000 years. What are you afraid of?" Qin Fengqing said happily, "If I were you, I would blow myself up. Even if I can't kill him, I will scare the son of a bitch to death. He is such a bully. You have been trapped for 30,000 years. Life is so boring." Emperor of Heaven Reverse grinned and ignored him. Emperor God glanced at him without saying anything. Seeing this, Qin Fengqing dug his nose and laughed. "Am I wrong? Also, even if you can't kill the Celestial Emperor, at least kill East Emperor and Spirit Emperor. They are dogs. As he spoke, Qin Fengqing shook his head and yawned. Damn, I thought the seed was dead. He just gave me an order to kill you. I have only reached Taoist realm for a few days. Isn't this asking me to die? Then he turned to Tai Tu and the others. Tai Tu, come and kill him. The seed wants me to help the Celestial Emperor, but I can't find anyone to kill. You, come and kill him. He won't die so easily. Li Hansong was livid. Really? If you don't kill him, the seed is going to come after me. My energy is controlled by the seed. Come. Bastard. Tai Tu punched. With a boom, Qin Fengqing was knocked away. Tai Tu chuckled. So weak. Never mind. I choose you. As they spoke, they began to fight. Wang Jinyang looked at Qin Fengqing and frowned. This guy, the Celestial Origin, cannot be broken, and there is no way to break it. The Celestial Emperor cannot be killed. Lao Wang was also troubled. If this continued, it would be too late when the Celestial Origin matured. What should he do? He was at his wit's end. Looking at the path in the sky again, Lao Wang pondered for a moment and suddenly looked at Old Yao. Old Yao also looked at him and frowned. He sent a voice transmission. Is it possible? Let's try. The three extreme Daos should be able to merge. Lao Wang hesitated. I wonder how strong we will be after merging? Then he said, after merging, the three Daos will circle around and maybe we can penetrate the Celestial Origin again. We will circle around the Celestial Origin and seize control of it. Are you confident? No. Lao Wang shook his head and sent a voice transmission. It's just a possibility. Jean hasn't tried it before. He just has this thought. After the three Daos merge, we should be able to penetrate the Celestial Origin. As for whether we can seize control of the Celestial Origin, even Jean wasn't confident. Otherwise, he would have done it himself. Yao Chengjun glanced at Tai Tu and sent a voice transmission. It was mentioned in the Celestial Destruction Emperor's inheritance. I just don't know how strong we will be after merging. Lao Wang sent a voice transmission. It won't be too weak. They still have one attack left in the divine weapon. My war god Bao, your god, vanquishing spear, and Tai Tu's emperor armor all inherited great power. If the three Daos merge, we should be able to release it, but Lao Wang hesitated and said, I think we still can't defeat the Celestial Emperor. My idea is not to attack the Celestial Emperor, but to destroy the Celestial Origin and make it go out of control. You're thinking, yes. Lao Wang's eyes were bright. The three Daos merge. Instead of penetrating the Celestial Origin, the Sanjiao Gate will penetrate each other, penetrate the Celestial Origin and absorb power. Then it will penetrate Fang Ping's Celestial Origin and transfer the power here to Fang Ping's Celestial Origin. His Celestial Origin has no source of power. If he fights for a long time, his power will definitely decline. What do you think, Old Yao? Sure. Yao Chengjun smiled. We can fight against the Celestial Emperor. This is also one of the few things we can help him with. Tai Tu. Old Yao shouted, come back. Ignore that guy. Tai Tu snorted. He sent Qin Fengqing flying with a punch and quickly retreated. Seeing this, Qin Fengqing felt a little helpless. Ignore me? Forget it. Ignore me. I can't be bothered with you guys either. Cat, fight to the death. Qin Fengqing let out a loud roar and charged towards the gray cat. The cat was already unhappy. At this moment, when it saw him charging toward it, it was just holding back its anger. With a meow, it scratched his face. Qin Fengqing looked gloomy. This stupid cat was not good at fighting others. But why was it so good at fighting him? Cat, don't hit too hard. Don't hit people in the face. How about we fight slowly? Qin Fengqing turned around and ran, roaring. Don't scratch too hard. Don't go overboard. I was just doing it for fun. Don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously. When you fight, don't go overboard. We'll meet again in the future. Meow. The cat's cry was fierce. I just want to hit you. I'm very unhappy now. I'll beat you to death. Bang, bang, bang. The war started again. On the other side, King Wu and the others were fighting with Dong Huang and Spirit Emperor. The more they fought, the more dangerous it became. Old Zhang looked at the scorching immortal source below. He seemed to feel the pressure from the immortal source. His expression changed. If this went on, it would really ripen. What to do? The immortal source could not be destroyed. It could only be delayed to give Fang Ping time and opportunity. Did he really have to do this? Dong Huang, Spirit Emperor, do you have to be enemies with us? Old Zhang made a last effort. He gritted his teeth and said, If Celestial Emperor really devours the immortal source, do you think you can survive? Both of them said nothing. Old Zhang gritted his teeth. What were these two people thinking? Even if Celestial Emperor succeeded, did they have a chance to survive? If Celestial Emperor and Emperor God did not participate in the war, they still had a chance to take advantage. Did they really have this chance? At this moment, over there, Fang Ping's expression kept changing. He could not win. If this went on, it would not work. His source was a little shaken. If this went on and he could not defeat Celestial Emperor, he would collapse. He glanced at Celestial Emperor and Emperor God. He hesitated for a moment. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and dashed toward them. Boom! As the saber slashed down, the Emperor God also drew his sword in an instant. Then he retreated dozens of steps. Looking at Fang Ping, he frowned slightly and said mildly, Fang Ping, I'm fighting with you. I don't want to be your enemy. If you attack us now, that's not a good idea. To be honest, Celestial Emperor and Emperor God were surprised that Fang Ping was provoking them. This was not a good idea. The two of them were not weak, even if they worked together. They did not want to attack Fang Ping now. But if Fang Ping wanted to kill them, they would not agree either. They had to fight Fang Ping. Fang Ping could not even defeat one Celestial Emperor. Did he want to fight three at the same time? The Celestial Emperor was a little surprised, but he did not stop Fang Ping. He followed behind Fang Ping and chuckled. Fang Ping, give up. The immortal source is about to mature. You can't stop it. Cheong Hedu will not let you kill them, and he will not seek his own death. Otherwise, he would have self-detonated years ago. He believed that Celestial Emperor and Emperor God would not sacrifice themselves to help Fang Ping. They had a plan. Of course, it did not matter what plan they had. What mattered was that the plan would not work. Maybe the two of them thought it would work, but Celestial Emperor was confident that it would not. Fang Ping did not care. He attacked the two madly. It would be best if Celestial Emperor did not interfere. Rumble. Loud noises were heard. Fang Ping was more powerful than the two. The two of them were smashed away and bleeding. Emperor of Heaven Reverse and Emperor of God were frowning as well. Emperor God shouted, Fang Ping, do you want to court death? Killing them could injure Celestial Emperor. But what about Fang Ping himself? By then, it would be even easier for Celestial Emperor to kill Fang Ping. Fang Ping ignored them and continued to attack the two. With a slash, Fang Ping cut off Emperor God's arm. Then he turned around and punched Celestial Emperor God. Celestial Emperor frowned. He was still puzzled by Fang Ping's choice. Was it meaningful? Even if he killed the two of them, even if his ground of origin was damaged, how long could Fang Ping last? At this moment, he thought Fang Ping would fight to the death with him. However, Fang Ping suddenly went to kill the two of them. He did not know what Fang Ping was thinking. If so, he would wait and see. Celestial Emperor God and Emperor God were not so easy to kill. If they were so easy to kill, he would have killed them a long time ago. Chaos Quell. Armageddon. Fang Ping slashed again and again. He was extremely ferocious, cutting down layers of heaven and earth. Celestial Emperor followed behind, repairing the heaven and earth. At this moment, he did not want to interfere. Interesting. What was Fang Ping doing? Fang Ping, Celestial Emperor God bellowed. Slash marks appeared on his body. He said angrily, "Do you have to be our enemy?" The two of them were frustrated. What was Fang Ping doing? It was meaningless. Fang Ping said nothing and continued to attack the two. Another slash. The Emperor God's body was smashed. Celestial Emperor God punched, and Fang Ping punched back. With a boom, the fist was broken. Celestial Emperor God's fist was broken. "Go to hell!" Fang Ping clenched his teeth and bellowed. He punched again and slashed at the Emperor God who came to help. The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The two of them joined hands, but they could not defeat Fang Ping. Fang Ping's origin was shaking more and more. It was becoming unstable. "You!" Celestial Emperor God was enraged. He punched at Fang Ping and kept stepping back, not giving Fang Ping a chance to get close. The Emperor God was also retreating as he fought. He said angrily, "Fang Ping, stop! Do you want Celestial Emperor to see us die together? If I can't kill him, I'll kill you. I'll take you bastards with me before I die." Fang Ping was like a lunatic. His eyes were blood red. The moment he said that, the two of them felt depressed. Fang Ping admitted that he could not kill Celestial Emperor. Therefore, he wanted to take them with him before he died. This guy must be crazy. Celestial Emperor is your biggest enemy. Don't you know that? What's the point of killing us? But Fang Ping did not care. Suddenly, the saber turned into a shadow. With a boom, it pierced through the void and pierced through the Emperor God's chest. The Emperor God was bleeding. His face was ghastly pale. Celestial Emperor God frowned and charged at Fang Ping again. Fang Ping turned around and punched Celestial Emperor God again. Then he charged at the Emperor God again. "Celestial Emperor!" The Emperor God shouted, "You still want to watch?" Celestial Emperor had said that as long as he was alive, Fang Ping could not kill them. But now, it seemed that Celestial Emperor did not want to make a move. Celestial Emperor's eyes flickered, but he said nothing. Fang Ping became more aggressive. "Kill!" Boom! Half of the Emperor God's body was blown up. Celestial Emperor God wanted to help, but was knocked away by Fang Ping again. Fang Ping did not hurt him. Fang Ping focused all his energy on the Emperor God. The Emperor God could not fight against Fang Ping. His body kept exploding. "Fang Ping!" The Emperor God's expression was even worse. "What the hell are you doing? Or do you know something?" Fang Ping sneered. "It's not that easy to reap the benefits of others. I thought I could deal with that guy. Turns out I can't. You want me to fight him to the death? Dream on." "You explode!" Rumble. A deafening roar rang out, accompanied by a muffled groan. The chaos-vanquishing saber had been self-destructed by Fang Ping. As for the Emperor God, more than half of his body was blown up. Only his head was left. At this moment, the head was flying toward the Celestial Emperor. Without using any weapon, Fang Ping swung his fists toward the Emperor God again. "I can't kill the Celestial Emperor, but I can't kill you? Bastard!" The Divine Emperor was furious. He was no longer indifferent. At the same time, Emperor of Heaven Reverse took over the Emperor God's head and kept stepping back. He looked at Fang Ping with a strange look in his eyes. Fang Ping's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. "Aren't the two of you going all out yet?" Behind him, the Celestial Thearch's eyes flashed again. These two people were very strong. Of course, they had not reached the level of him, Fang Ping and Yangshin. Now, however, Fang Ping said that he did not use his full strength. Could it be that the two of them were still hiding their strength? Emperor of Heaven, Reverse, frowned again. He kept flying backward. He watched Fang Ping for a while. Seeing that Fang Ping was still attacking, Emperor of Heaven, Reverse, frowned. "Fang Ping, what is the meaning of this? What do you mean?" Fang Ping sneered. "I'll kill you, bastard." Emperor of Heaven Reverse was infuriated. He looked at the Divine Emperor who was recovering quickly. Seeing this, the Divine Emperor sighed and said no more. Emperor of Heaven, reverse, understood. He was a little upset. Suddenly, he grabbed the divine emperor, bellowed, and pressed the divine emperor into his body. Boom! Right at this moment, the two heavens and earth began to converge and merge. From the 27th heavens to the 36th heavens, they merged and became one. On the other side, the celestial Darch was a little surprised. He murmured, "Impossible! How could it be? Battle and the divine emperor were merging. How could it be?" At this moment, Emperor of Heaven Reverse said nothing. He squeezed the divine emperor into his body and stared at Fang Ping, his eyes flickering. Fang Ping stopped attacking. He snorted, turned around, and charged at Celestial Darch. "You two merge, and then come back to kill Celestial Darch." Celestial Darch was not in the mood to talk to Fang Ping. He punched Fang Ping and forced Fang Ping to take a few steps back. Looking at the two people, Celestial Darch said in disbelief, "You know, we have known each other for 40,000 years. You cannot be the same person. How could this be?" Their situation was similar to King Zhanwang's fusion. This was something that could only be achieved by one person. Why could they do it? Battle and Sky were not the same person. He was sure. They had known each other for 40,000 years. They had known each other for a long time. If they were the same person, they could not hide it from him. At this moment, Dong Huang and the others were also a little surprised. Dong Huang murmured, "Years ago, I think Hong said that you too might be the same person. But Hong is too young. He has never experienced the early stage of martial arts. You cannot be the same person." He was also surprised. Earthly Sovereign had mentioned this before, including in the secret realm before the Earthly Sovereign's avatar collapsed. He had told Jiang Hao and Fang Ping about this. At first, Fang Ping and the others were a little shocked. Later, when they asked about the situation, they found out that the two were old people in the early stage of martial arts. Even King Zhenwang said that they could not be the same person. They did not take it seriously anymore. It was just Earthly Sovereign's wild guess. But today, the two were really starting to merge. Their aura was getting stronger and stronger. It was even about to break the barrier of 200 million. How did the two merge? Emperor of Heaven Reverse ignored them. He looked at Fang Ping and said in a low voice, "Fang Ping, you did this on purpose." Fang Ping sneered, "I did it on purpose." Everyone was sure that the two of you could not be the same person. In the beginning, Earthly Sovereign told us in the secret realm. We doubted it, but then we dismissed our doubts. But when Earthly Sovereign fell, it proved that everything was true. The things he left behind are real. The Tao fruit was real. The Annihilation sword was real. So, the news that you are the same person. Of course, it is also true. Fang Ping snorted. "I thought you had endured until now, and that was enough. In the end, you still can endure until now. Do you really think I will give you a chance? Even if I can't kill Celestial Sovereign, I want you to die together." Emperor of Heaven Reverse looked at him with a gloomy expression. "Just based on Hong's one-sided statement? Of course not." Fang Ping said coldly, "Of course, I also know that you are not the same person, but I still know that you can merge, because I have seen it." "Seen it?" Emperor of Heaven Reverse was slightly startled. "You have seen it?" Earthly Sovereign left behind a jade pendant. "It is not something good. It is just a projection record. The two of you merged once in the early years," Fang Ping said playfully. Earthly Sovereign even speculated that the two of you played with the matter of exchanging paths in the early years. You tried to see if you could break away from the Tao of origin. Therefore, you may have researched the method of merging paths. Back then, Sherpa created the origin realm and could let people exchange paths. For others, especially the emperors, this method does not seem to be a big deal. But what if the emperors can also exchange paths, or even merge paths? If the God Crafting Envoy is the #1 blacksmith in the 3 realms, the emperor should be the #1 scientist in the 3 realms, right? The Tao tree was cultivated by you. On the other side, a human face appeared on Emperor of Heaven Reverse's chest. The Emperor. At this moment, the Emperor of Heaven Reverse regained his composure. He looked at Fang Ping and said coldly, Hong knows a lot. But, Fang Ping, is it good for you to force us to merge? If you don't force us, when Celestial Sovereign merges with the Celestial Source, we can give him a fatal blow. Some people have guessed if we are one, but no one will believe it. Because we are not one. Fang Ping, do you know that you have ruined the big thing? He was enraged. Fang Ping insisted on killing them, forcing them to merge paths. Now, Celestial Sovereign was prepared, and this was not the right time. Now was not the time when Celestial Sovereign was at his weakest. The time when Celestial Sovereign was absorbing the Celestial Source and closing the doors around. This bastard, Fang Ping, had pissed them off. At this moment, their energies were merging. The 36 levels of heaven were merging with the 27 levels of heaven. Celestial Sovereign's energy was growing stronger. Celestial Sovereign looked at the two coldly. He was indeed surprised. That was because the two of them were not the same person. Their Daos were not the same Daos, so how could they fuse together? But now the two were merging. The Emperor of Heaven, Cheong. This guy was the real scientist of the three realms. He had created many things and cultivated many strange things. It was a surprise that he could even merge the path of the emperors. Celestial Sovereign looked at the new powerhouse who had merged with Celestial Sovereign and the Emperor of Heaven. He said coldly, "You have been scheming for tens of thousands of years. Is this all you got? If so, you think you can kill me? Aren't you underestimating me?" Yes, after the two merged, their energies were powerful, no weaker than Fang Ping's. But did this mean they could kill him? If they thought so, Celestial Sovereign would show them what despair was. Celestial Sovereign ignored him. He glanced at Fang Ping again, confused. Did Fang Ping force them to merge just to make them take action? They might not have to do it now, right? Seeing that they were not moving, Fang Ping wielded his saber and forced Celestial Sovereign to step back. He shouted, "Do you really think Celestial Sovereign and I will give you a chance?" Emperor God said, "Fang Ping, sometimes you are very childish and ridiculous." Fang Ping sneered and said with disdain, "You are the real childish ones. I didn't want to expose you when you took action. You just had to play the fisherman's game. Celestial Sovereign, this is more than that." Fang Ping shouted, Fang Ping! The Emperor God shouted. The face that appeared on the chest of the Emperor of Heaven Reverse was filled with anger. What did Fang Ping know? Celestial Sovereign looked at Fang Ping and Emperor God in confusion. There were some things that he did not know. Or he was confident that even if there were more secrets, he could still suppress them. What was Fang Ping trying to say? Fang Ping ignored the Emperor God and shouted, "Combining two Daos into one is not all they have. They still have 3 Daos into one. Donghuang is also one of them, a trump card. After the 3 of them become one, Celestial Emperor, their goal is not to kill you, but to seize control of the source. Do you think East Emperor has been doing nothing all these years? Emperor God and Emperor God have been diverting your attention, while East Emperor has been devouring the heavens in secret. More than half of the 36 heavens have been devoured by East Emperor. The 3 of them are in cahoots, 2 in the light and 1 in the dark. Emperor God and Emperor God are in the light, while East Emperor is hesitating between you and the seed, making you think that East Emperor is the trump card left by the seed to deal with you at the critical moment. As a matter of fact, this guy has reached an agreement with Emperor God and Emperor God. They are waiting for the critical moment. When you are integrating the source, they will seize the source, trap you, and kill you at the source." Celestial Sovereign snorted. His eyes were sharp as he said coldly, "That depends on what they can do." Kill him? The 3 of them merged, devouring the heavens. Right at this moment, all 36 heavens were trembling. Over there, East Emperor had smashed King Wu away. He stepped on the air and sighed. Fang Ping, you are in cahoots with Celestial Sovereign, right? At this moment, he was beginning to suspect that the two of them were performing a two-man show. They were going against them on purpose. Looking at the Emperor of Heaven reverse, Emperor Dong Huang forced a smile. Hong is smart. In the past, I only mentioned it to Zhan once, and he must have told Hong. Hong speculated it himself, and Hong kept it from me. I didn't know. He was helpless. Was Fang Ping in cahoots with Celestial Sovereign? Nobody knew the three of them were working together in secret. East Emperor kept a low profile. Of course, everyone knew that he was powerful, but no one believed that he was keeping a low profile. East Emperor had created all kinds of misleading plans to make Celestial Sovereign think that he was the Seed's trump card to restrain Celestial Sovereign. This was to prevent Celestial Sovereign from going after the Seeds after killing the others. His relationship with Emperor God and Emperor Heaven Reverse and Emperor God was ordinary. They did not have much contact. It had been like this for tens of thousands of years. They had planned and arranged everything well, but in the end, Fang Ping had revealed their plan without thinking. What was this? Earthly Sovereign had guessed it, but he did not divulge it. Earthly Sovereign only told Fang Ping to let him know that there was still a chance to kill Celestial Sovereign. He could even contact the three powerhouses in secret and give Celestial Sovereign a fatal blow at the critical moment. Fang Ping, on the other hand, had divulged everything. This guy, he was the biggest traitor, wasn't he? Fang Ping snorted and stepped back quickly. Go and fight for control. My land of origin is not stable. Stabilize it for a while and help me hold on. Or else, if I die, you will not have a good ending. Emperor Dong Huang was helpless. Emperor of Heaven Reverse and Emperor of God were speechless as well. This guy, was he really driven crazy by everyone? There was a chance to kill Celestial Sovereign. Why did you have to stir up trouble? Even if you contacted us secretly, we might be able to work together. You just had to tell Celestial Sovereign everything. Weren't you creating trouble for yourself? Fang Ping, this bastard, what was he thinking? Chapter 1480. What was Fang Ping thinking? No one knew what he was thinking. In any case, he had exposed the three best actors. After exposing them, he ran away. At this moment, the Emperor God was really angry, shouting, Fang Ping, if you want to kill him, join forces now. At this point, did he still want to take turns fighting? Was that not a suicide mission? Really, he could not understand Fang Ping's choice now. He also could not understand why Fang Ping did this. Was the Celestial Emperor someone to be trifled with? Now, since they were exposed, then joined forces to kill Celestial Emperor. At this moment, the three of them quickly joined forces and were fighting for control of the source. If Fang Ping dealt with Celestial Emperor now, it would be much easier. What was he thinking? The few of them were going crazy. After living for 40,000 years, they were fooled by a young man today. As for Fang Ping, his expression was cold. Really going to stabilize the source. All of you should die. If you die, part of his source will more or less collapse. I'll wait for his source to collapse before fighting again. Bastard, the immortal source is about to mature. The Emperor God wanted to vomit blood. You're still waiting? Wait my ass. If you want to wait, why don't you just expose us? This bastard, they could not understand Fang Ping's thinking. But at this moment, they had to fight. They were fighting for control of Celestial Emperor. This was not a joke. At this moment, Celestial Emperor was shaking the source, trying to suppress them. The three of them did not wait for this time to attack, but now they had to. For a moment, they were suppressed by Celestial Emperor. The three powerhouses joined forces and were completely suppressed by Celestial Emperor in this source. Emperor Dong Huang was also helpless. He sighed. The moment the immortal source is absorbed, the source's defense is at its weakest. Fang Ping, you've really ruined everything. Fang Ping snorted coldly. Absorb the immortal source? When absorbing the immortal source, the humans were almost dead. Why would he risk his life for them? It was because he had guessed the timing they were waiting for that Fong Ping did not hesitate to expose them. Why would he create an opportunity for them? If the immortal source was absorbed, even if Celestial Emperor was killed, the humans would be almost destroyed. Why would he risk his life for them? None of these guys were good. They did not take the humans seriously. If they died, they died. They were ants anyway. But Fong Ping was unwilling. This was the biggest difference between him and the other three. Dong Huang and the other two were helpless. At this moment, the three of them combined as one, and their auras surged. The 36 levels of heaven were shaking violently. The Celestial Emperor's expression was cold and detached as he looked at Fong Ping with some surprise. Fong Ping had actually stopped attacking. It was truly beyond his expectations. Why was Fong Ping not attacking? In reality, Fong Ping's origin was really unstable. At this time, his birthplace was frantically absorbing the city projections on Earth. At this moment of world destruction, the entire human race was praying for Fong Ping's victory. They were all worried about Fong Ping and the others' safety. They were all grateful that powerhouses like Fong Ping had shielded them from the wind and rain, blocked the chaos, and enjoyed the glory of this prosperous era. He didn't understand it before, but he did today. The catacombs was in chaos. Blood rained down. The beginner martial school was in chaos, and there were countless casualties. Only the human world was still peaceful. This was the human king. This was the martial king. These experts were there to shelter them from the wind and rain. There had never been a time when the human race had such high recognition of these experts. Fong Ping's birthplace was absorbing these city projections. Almost the entire Earth continent was being projected into the birthplace. Fong Ping was indeed somewhat powerless to attack now. It was not impossible to stop the projections, but he would not do it. He would let those three bastards bear the brunt of it, die or not. These people did not take the human race seriously anyway. He would not really treat these three as saviors. Fong Ping sat cross-legged. On the other side, Old Wang and the other two rushed over quickly. Looking at Fong Ping, Old Wang said telepathically, "Fong Ping, take this opportunity. The three of us will combine our three Taos. One will take root in your birthplace, and the other will take root in Celestial Emperor's birthplace. We will continue to absorb energy for you and provide you with a source. At the same time, we will seize control of Celestial Emperor's birthplace." 3 Taos combined. Fong Ping frowned. "Will something happen?" "What's the difference?" Old Wang said calmly, "If you lose, everyone will die. If you win, we will have a chance. Only then will fewer people die. Whether something happens to us or not, the result will not make a difference. Moreover, we might not die. If the Tao collapses, we might not necessarily die. In a situation of certain death or uncertainty, which will you choose? Can you really deal with Celestial Emperor?" Fong Ping sighed in his heart. He could not. It was not that Celestial Emperor was much more powerful than him. It was just that Celestial Emperor was experienced. Also, the source land was far more stable than he had imagined. Despite the turbulence, it was not broken. It did not disturb Celestial Emperor. It was evident that the crack that Celestial Emperor was suppressing was fake. This kind of turbulence did not affect him too much. Fong Ping looked at the three of them and sighed. Then he put on a somber face. "Then let's try combining 3 Taos. I think the three of them combined 3 Taos were taken as a reference from you guys. The three of you might really be their test subjects." On this day he finally understood. Old Wang and the other two might be the Emperor God's test subjects. Maybe they were trying to combine 3 Taos. The Emperor God, Emperor Heaven Reverse, and Emperor East were not working together on a whim. They might have worked together years ago. 30,000 years ago, when the Tao appeared, they must have sensed that they were being set up. Therefore, from then on, they had a plan. The three of them did not hesitate anymore. As for whether they were test subjects or not, it did not matter. The Emperor God and the other three might be up to no good, but they all had the same goal, to kill Celestial Emperor. Their goal was the same. They did not care what they planned or what they thought. Their top priority was to kill Celestial Emperor. Boom! In the sky, the three Daos began to appear. Then, they quickly began to combine. As for Old Wang and the other two, their auras began to change constantly. Gradually, they adjusted to a subtle degree. It was somewhat similar, but not quite the same. This was almost impossible, but now it had become possible. The three of them and Emperor East were doing the same. They began to merge gradually. During the merging process, Fang Ping looked at their pained expressions. He felt sad at first, but in the next moment, his sadness was shattered. On his shoulder, Ironhead's head popped out. He suddenly scolded, "Don't press on my head. It's too hard. It hurts." Fang Ping suddenly burst out laughing. "This bastard. Look at the situation now. You're still thinking about your head. Rumble." In the sky, the three Daos began to merge. Gradually, the three openings suddenly merged, turning into a slightly bigger hole. On Old Wang's side, the Sanjiao Gate appeared. Then, the Sanjiao Gate also began to merge, turning into a door. Fang Ping, origin ground. Old Wang growled. It was not appropriate to call him Old Wang. Right now, the three of them had turned into three-headed and six-armed freaks. However, the one who spoke was indeed Old Wang. Fang Ping quickly opened the origin ground, opening a door. In the next moment, the Daos opening in the sky disappeared. They instantly took root and entered the first origin ground. Meanwhile, the Sanjiao Gate's door spread toward the opening where Fang Ping's origin ground was. There was a rumble. This door and Fang Ping's origin ground stuck together. Endless power surged toward Fang Ping's origin ground. At this moment, Celestial Emperor sent the God Emperor and the other two freaks flying with a punch. He looked at Fang Ping coldly. Then he suddenly laughed. 3 Daos into 1. All right, 3 Daos into 1. You guys took the initiative to separate the 3 Daos, saving me a lot of trouble. I was worried that even if you found the 3 Daos, you wouldn't be able to shatter the 3 Daos and seal the origin ground. Now, you guys have given up. Celestial Emperor really laughed. Cheong, you guys are good too. To be honest, all these years, I really didn't have the heart to care about you guys. In my eyes, the only enemy is Yang, only seeds. You guys are just a joke. Today, you guys have made me look at you in a different light. Celestial Emperor smiled. His smile was brilliant. I've always been worried that there would be problems with the origin ground, that it would shatter, that it would be unable to fuse, that it would be unable to close. Today, you guys have saved me a lot of trouble. Celestial Emperor looked at everyone, his laughter getting louder and louder. Looks like we can really succeed today. The 30,000 years of chaos in the origin ground can end completely today. The moment his voice fell. Originally, both sides were fighting for control of the origin ground. However, at this moment, Fang Ping and the God Emperor sensed that something was wrong. Suddenly, in the void, a large number of cracks appeared. Countless cracks. Celestial Emperor and them were all in the middle of the origin ground. However, the sky above was getting brighter and brighter. That was the area where Celestial Emperor was. Below, however, there were countless cracks, and the cracks were shockingly large. The cutting force and absorption force coming from the cracks were also shockingly powerful. Celestial Emperor laughed. His smile was incomparably brilliant. Since you guys want to fight, then I'll give it to you. After all, the origin ground is still controlled by me. If you guys want it, then take it. At this moment, the God Emperor's expression changed drastically. He roared, "Release!" The 3 powerhouses did not hesitate at all. They immediately gave up control of the heaven and earth. Including Fang Ping, they all gave up absorbing the origin ground. But they could not give up. Celestial Emperor's smile was exceptionally brilliant. Give up? Impossible. Previously, I was still thinking that it would be very troublesome for me to clean up the mess later. I'll have to trouble you guys to clean up this mess yourselves." As soon as the words fell, the God Emperor and the other two's bodies trembled violently. Numerous cracks appeared on his body. The trash and filth of the origin ground, I'll give them to you. Celestial Emperor was all smiles. Even if he lost some power, it did not matter. At this moment, everyone could see what Celestial Emperor wanted to do. He wanted to cut the origin ground in half. He wanted to cut all the cracks, all the filth, all the darkness toward the God Emperor and Fang Ping, including some of the power he did not care. Seeing this, Fang Ping quickly sealed his origin ground. With a rumble, the origin ground was sealed. On the other side, Old Wang and the other two coughed up blood and flew backward. The three-headed, six-armed freak disintegrated instantly. The three of them were pale as they looked at Fang Ping and Celestial Emperor. It seemed like they had done something wrong. As for the God Emperor and the other two, they were also struggling violently at this moment. They had also done something wrong. The God Emperor roared, "You knew we were going to do this." "No, I didn't know." Celestial Emperor chuckled and said, "I really didn't know. I just didn't expect that you would compete with me for the control of the origin ground. You surprised me. In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. Since I dared to let you take root in the origin ground, I'm not afraid that you will lose control. No matter how you plot, I don't care because this origin ground is mine." Celestial Emperor sighed and said, "You will know if you ask Fang Ping. Can he control his origin ground? Is he a god in the origin ground? Is there an outsider who can seize the control of the origin ground? You are too naive." Fang Ping looked at the three powerhouses innocently and shrugged. "I haven't tried it before. No one has seized it before. I don't know if I can seize it." He did not know that his origin ground had just been formed not long ago. Why would Fang Ping think about this? At this moment, the God Emperor and the other two were so angry that their eyes were about to pop. Damn it, big trouble. At this moment, the three of them were surrounded by cracks. Countless cracks enveloped the three of them. Between heaven and earth, a clear dividing line appeared. Above, it was bright. Below, it was dark and full of void cracks. A huge suction force came from the cracks. That was the cracks absorbing everyone's strength, making everyone return their strength. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly said, "Celestial Emperor, since you let them absorb these cracks, then you don't need to absorb the immortal source to repair the origin ground." He felt that they could talk. Celestial Emperor laughed in spite of himself. "Fang Ping, aren't you too naive? I just merged the cracks and filth into one, making it more convenient to repair. It's not enough to let these three people repair it. I still need the immortal source to repair it more perfectly. Only the immortal source can completely seal the origin ground." While the two of them were talking, the God Emperor and the other two, who were still a little desperate before, suddenly disappeared at this moment. Wrapped in countless cracks, they instantly attacked Celestial Emperor. There was a loud bang. The three of them joined forces and erupted with an incomparably powerful attack. Black began to infect the light. Celestial Emperor took a step back and sneered. "Struggling on your deathbed? Your Tao fruits originated from the origin ground. Do you really think you can get rid of the origin ground? The cracks will gradually invade your Tao fruits. This is your own death wish. I will send you on your way." As he spoke, the black cracks gradually began to disappear, as if they had invaded their bodies. Fang Ping watched the battle between the two sides and did not make a move. At this moment, he frowned slightly. His expression fluctuated. Below, the immortal source was still rapidly maturing, and the Spirit Emperor was very miserable at this moment. Surrounded by everyone in the center, he could not hold on any longer. Fang Ping frowned and looked at the Spirit Emperor. He really could not see through the Spirit Emperor. This woman was actually willing to die for the Celestial Emperor. He thought that this woman had some kind of plan, but she really didn't. If this continued, the Spirit Emperor would die in a moment. In the sky, the Celestial Emperor also frowned slightly. He looked at the Spirit Emperor, and after a moment he shouted, "Spirit, retreat!" He did not seem to be prepared to let the Spirit Emperor die, and the Spirit Emperor could not retreat at this moment. King Wu, Heavenly King Zhen, and the others would not give her a chance at this moment. Since the Spirit Emperor was stubborn, then they would kill the Spirit Emperor. They would not give her a chance, and the Spirit Emperor did not seem to be afraid of death. At this moment, she looked up at the Celestial Emperor, her face cold, and said in a low voice, "Let the cat go, leave some memories for me. Consider it my reward for serving you for 30,000 years." The Celestial Emperor frowned and was about to say something when the Spirit Emperor looked at the Heavenly King Jin and the others, her face cold. "In this life, I do not owe anyone, nor do I owe you, and I do not owe the Celestial Emperor, at least not now. Retreat!" The Heavenly King Zhen roared, and the next moment, everyone retreated. Boom! An earth-shattering roar sounded. The Spirit Emperor actually self-destructed. Self-destructed. Big Fatty! On the other side, the cat that was still chasing Qin Fengqing was stunned for a moment. It turned its head to look at the brilliant light and was really stunned. With a crash, tears flowed from the cat's eyes. Fang Ping was also stunned for a moment. She self-destructed? How could it be? He felt that the Spirit Emperor should have some kind of plan, but who knew? She self-destructed. "Return the big fatty's Dao fruit to me." At this moment, the cat suddenly stopped crying and rushed toward the Celestial Emperor. The big fatty's Dao fruit was still there at the Celestial Emperor's side. She still had a chance to revive. In the sky, the Celestial Emperor frowned and looked at the ball of light. He stretched out his hand, and in the void, a small sword appeared in his hand. The small white sword was like jade. The small sword was already dead. This was the Spirit Emperor's Dao fruit. The Spirit Emperor had really self-destructed. If this Dao fruit was crushed, the Spirit Emperor would die completely. The Celestial Emperor frowned slightly, looking at Fang Ping and the others while attacking the Divine Emperor and the others. At this moment, no one stopped the immortal origin. The God Creation envoy quickly rushed over, ready to analyze how to break the connection between the immortal origin and the three realms. "Paid off," the Celestial Emperor murmured. The Spirit Emperor said that she had paid off everything and did not owe anyone. The Celestial Emperor suddenly chuckled. "Paid off? Can you pay it off?" At this moment, a large amount of life force suddenly emerged from the Celestial Emperor's body and poured into the Dao fruit. He wanted to revive the Spirit Emperor. The cat stopped instantly. The big cat looked at Fang Ping pitifully, hoping that Fang Ping would not interrupt and revive the big fatty at this moment. Fang Ping frowned. He was originally prepared to make a move at this time. The Spirit Emperor's strength was not weak. He had been revived. The self-destruction just now had almost seriously injured old Zhang and the others. If it happened a few more times, it would be very troublesome. The Celestial Emperor could revive these powerhouses. This was very scary. However, seeing the cat's appearance, Fang Ping struggled for a moment. At this moment, the Divine Emperor roared, "Why aren't you attacking? Let's join forces and kill him, quick!" Boom! Fang Ping still chose to attack. At this moment, Fang Ping slashed out with a saber, wanting to interrupt the Celestial Emperor's resurrection process. However, the Celestial Emperor laughed and quickly retreated. He smiled and said, "You guys are not weak, but this Emperor is stronger. No one can stop what this Emperor wants to do, whether it is the immortal origin maturing, the origin being sealed, or the revival of the spirit. Very domineering." At this moment, the Celestial Emperor was extremely domineering. "There is nothing that I can't do if I want to do it." The Spirit Emperor had self-destructed, saying that she no longer owed him. He had decided to revive the Spirit Emperor and tell her that what she owed him could not be repaid. At this moment, the Spirit Emperor's appearance gradually appeared. Fang Ping and the others' faces were livid. They attacked the Celestial Emperor frantically. Their expressions were very ugly. If this continued, it would be very troublesome. The Celestial Emperor could actually revive the Spirit Emperor, and he did not seem to have done much. The Spirit Emperor's figure began to appear, and gradually she began to open her eyes. At first she was a little dazed. Then, as if she had remembered everything just now, she looked at the crowd, looked at the Celestial Emperor, and sighed softly. "Why did you still save me?" The Celestial Emperor smiled faintly. "Because I want you to always owe me." The Spirit Emperor looked at him, a little sorrowful. "You really think I don't know?" "Huh." The Spirit Emperor's tone became even more sorrowful. 30,000 years ago, my father advised me not to fight for the Emperor's path anymore. Not long after, the tribe was attacked, and my father and my clansmen all died. In order to take revenge, in order to kill the strong enemy, I had no choice but to join the battle for the Emperor's path again. I succeeded. I killed the enemy, proved my Tao, I won, and became the only Empress of the 3 realms, and you in the past saved my father, saved my tribe, saved my clansmen, and even my master helped me step into the origin Tao." The Celestial Emperor looked at her, frowning slightly. "For 30,000 years, I listened to everything you said. I did whatever you asked me to do. I thought about whether to forgive you for killing my clansmen and forcing me to join the battle for the great Tao again, but I couldn't do it. So, for the past 30,000 years, I did whatever you asked me to do. I did my best to return the favor, but you owe me." The Spirit Emperor smiled bitterly. "You owe me. 30,000 years ago, if you told me that you wanted me to prove my Tao, to become an emperor, I would have done it. Why did you kill my clansmen and my father?" The Celestial Emperor's face darkened. He looked at her, not saying a word. The Spirit Emperor was still recovering, but at this moment, her smile became even more desolate. "I treated you as my master, as a father, as an elder brother. Even though my father advised me, I never gave up. I knew that you wanted someone to prove their Tao and become an emperor, so I made up my mind long ago. No matter what, I will fight for it." The Celestial Emperor said coldly, "How do you know?" "How do I know?" The Spirit Emperor smiled bitterly. "Master, I'm not as cruel and cold as you think. 30,000 years ago, when I killed the Lightning Seigneur, I left behind a wisp of his spiritual energy. I wanted to revive him after I proved my Tao. I didn't want to kill him, but in order to prove my Tao, I had to. I was too naive. I wanted to borrow his power now, and when I became stronger and proved my Tao, I would return it to him and let him come back to life. The Lightning Seigneur was the beginner martial artist that Spirit Emperor killed when he proved his Tao." At this moment, even the Celestial Emperor was a little dazed. He murmured, "You still retain the Lightning Seigneur's spiritual energy. When the 9 emperors proved their Tao, 9 powerhouses died. They were all dead. The Lightning Seigneur was also dead. You killed your enemy and took his power, but you still retained his spiritual energy. Isn't that stupid? Aren't you afraid that he will turn the tables and kill you for revenge? Even if you don't want to kill him, you have to. That won't happen if you kill him. All right, let's not talk about that. The key is that everyone knows that the Lightning Seigneur is the enemy that destroyed her tribe. This woman, she actually wants to let her enemy go. Is she crazy? That's what everyone couldn't understand. She actually didn't completely kill her enemy, her father's death, her tribe's death. You actually didn't kill the Lightning Seigneur, but Spirit Emperor didn't kill the Lightning Seigneur and even wanted to revive him. The Celestial Emperor didn't know what to say. On the other side, Emperor Donghuang and the other 2 were also slightly stunned. Spirit Emperor didn't kill the Lightning Seigneur back then? Then, what about the Lightning Seigneur? The Celestial Emperor frowned slightly. Spirit Emperor became even more bitter. Disciple, I fulfilled my promise. After I proved my Tao, I secretly revived the Lightning Seigneur. I think I succeeded and stole some of the Origin Source's power to help him revive, so he can continue to live. As for the revenge of his tribe's death, I think he didn't do it on purpose, That day, when his tribe was destroyed, it was only because he fought with someone and was accidentally affected. I thought of Master. Master's heaven division was affected by the battle between the martial god and the sword god. But Master didn't kill them because of that. Master can forgive them, and so can your disciple. The continent is in chaos and there are endless battles. It's common for powerhouses to fight and affect the innocent. I killed him once, and it can be considered as revenge. Childish. The celestial emperor found it hard to believe. He snorted coldly, speechless. No wonder with your talent. You haven't been able to break through the barrier and have always been inferior to Hong and the others. Spirit Emperor was very strong. At least her talent was very strong. If the Sun God's disciple was the Celestial Emperor and the Divine Emperor's disciple was Jean, then his disciple was Spirit Emperor. But Spirit Emperor had been unable to break through the 100 million barrier. At this moment he understood. After his disciple proved her Tao, she didn't absorb the origin source's power herself, but used it to revive the lightning seigneur. Even he didn't know about this. He thought Spirit Emperor absorbed it herself, but he didn't think that this idiot would revive the enemy she killed. Spirit Emperor didn't steal the origin source's power, but gave her part to the lightning seigneur. Spirit Emperor said bitterly, "Yes, your disciple is too childish. In my heart, Master is my only goal. In order to learn from Master, I didn't even want to kill the enemy who destroyed my tribe. I was too childish to think of Master as the only one. If I didn't revive the lightning seigneur, your disciple wouldn't have understood that the enemy who destroyed my tribe wasn't him, and I wouldn't have known that all of this was arranged by Master." The lightning seigneur said that on that day his mental power was in turmoil, and he fell into a frenzy. It was he who destroyed my tribe. It was he who killed my father, but he didn't have any intelligence at that time. It was only after dying once that he woke up. And he told me, all of this must have been done by Master. You believe him? Sky Emperor said coldly, "You believe him, but not me?" "No, I believe Master." Spirit Emperor became even more miserable. How could I believe him so easily? I thought I had already forgiven him, even for the destruction of my tribe and the murder of my father. But he still dared to slander Master. I wanted to kill him again. Spirit Emperor was incomparably bitter and sorrowful. But, Master, did you know that in order to prove all of this, the lightning seigneur committed suicide? He said that he wasn't a match for you, and that he would never be a match for you. You've already gone crazy. You killed the sword god, you killed the war god. Even if he survived, you would still kill him. And even me, that day when he went mad, you attacked him and chose him to pave the way for me. It was because he already knew your true colors he committed suicide. Master, do you know how incredulous I was at that moment? The lightning seigneur was a powerhouse who broke through 8, just a little bit more, and would have broken through 9. But in order to prove that what he said was true, he committed suicide, Master. I didn't want to believe it, but that day I wavered. Everyone was stunned as well. A supreme expert had committed suicide? Spirit Emperor became even more bitter. So I kind of believed it. I spent close to 10,000 years to reconstruct everything that happened that day, to observe Master, to investigate the truth, and I know what he said was true. Sky Emperor said coldly, "So what?" "Yeah, so what? Was there any meaning in mentioning that today?" Spirit Emperor smiled brightly. "Master, do you know a woman with a broken heart is scarier than a man?" Sky Emperor frowned. 30,000 years of not abandoning each other. 30,000 years of loyalty. 30,000 years of love. "Master, you still believe me?" Sky Emperor's expression changed slightly. "Master, after 30,000 years, I finally understand why you are so confident, so convinced that you will definitely win." Sky Emperor's expression changed completely. "Because you really are the son of destiny, the spokesperson of the seed." Spirit Emperor smiled brightly. "You can connect to the seed. You can revive again and again. A Sky Emperor who can use the seed's energy to revive infinitely. Master, you are too powerful." so powerful that even if Sun God can kill you once, it can't kill you a second time, a third time. Disciple thought and thought, how can I kill Master? I can't kill you. If I kill you once, Master can still revive again. The power of the seed is too powerful. Its vitality is almost endless. How can I kill Master? I can't kill it. No one can. Sun God can't. Fong Ping can't. They can't. So, Disciple feels that I need to die. Sky Emperor's expression changed completely at this moment, as if he had been electrocuted, quickly flinging the jade sword in his hand. Spirit Emperor was not in a hurry, smiled again, and said, Master, Disciple is afraid that you will never die. It will be too lonely. 30,000 years, Disciple just wants to take a gamble this time. This time, Master will save me. Even if everyone doesn't understand, even if they think I'm crazy, but Disciple still wants to tell Master. Disciple really loves Master. Sky Emperor's expression changed. At this moment, he was no longer calm, and said angrily, How dare you? Master, I dare. Spirit Emperor smiled. At this moment, her physical body slowly appeared, and above the physical body, there was a silk thread connected. The white silk thread was very thin, and no one would notice it if they did not pay attention. But Spirit Emperor was holding the jade sword at this moment, smiled and said, Master, this is the life passage between you and the seed, right? Thank you, Master, for saving me. 30,000 years. I won the bet. Bastard, you're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, Sky Emperor slapped his palm towards Spirit Emperor. His expression changed. He was a little frightened. He was extremely confident, and he was boundlessly domineering. He did not care about the Sun God and Fong Ping. He was not afraid of anyone. Even if the three emperors became one, even if the three paths became one, even if Fong Ping created the second source, he was not afraid. He was really not afraid. He was so confident that he was not afraid even if these people became stronger, because these people could not kill him. Even if they killed him once, could these people kill him a second time? What about a third time? To be able to kill him 3 times, even the strongest powerhouse would be exhausted to death by him. Because he was connected to the seed, he could revive, borrow the seed's power to revive again and again, unless the seed ran out of energy. But at this moment, he was really a little frightened. For the first time in 30,000 years, he was frightened. Spirit Emperor woman, his disciple, today, she had schemed against him for 30,000 years, just to die once, so that he could connect the life passage of the seed and save her once. She was gambling too much, too much. Would Sky Emperor definitely save her? The possibility was very low, but she still gambled based on her 30,000 years of unswerving loyalty. Spirit Emperor won the bet. At this moment, Fong Ping, the Divine Emperor, and the others were stunned. This they did not know, completely did not know. Sky Emperor could not be killed. After killing him once, there would be a second time. When they went through untold hardships to kill Sky Emperor, and Sky Emperor revived again, one could imagine what kind of expression they had, what kind of ending they would have. But at this moment, Sky Emperor had lost. 30,000 years of hard work had allowed Spirit Emperor to obtain Sky Emperor's trust, and he wanted to save her. Master, Disciple will wait for you. Disciple loves you, waiting for you together. Spirit Emperor's smile was bright but also bitter. The jade sword, mercilessly, slashed toward the white thread with a rumble. Only at this moment, only now, only at the moment when she successfully revived, would this life passage appear, would it always remain in her body. Spirit Emperor laughed incomprehensibly. Fong Ping, how you guys kill him? I'm waiting for him. I'm afraid of being lonely, Spirit Emperor chuckled. In a situation where Sky Emperor was shouting angrily, roaring, and losing control of himself in anger, the sword slashed out. Rumble. The jade sword shattered, and the white thread cracked like glass. Crack! Crack! It shattered into pieces. The world was quiet. Heaven and earth shook, and no one cared. Everyone looked at the shattered Spirit Emperor, his face beginning to shatter, and the body that had just been revived began to shatter. The Spirit Emperor smiled brightly as he looked at the crying big cat. He waved his broken hand and smiled gently. "Stupid cat, I'm really leaving. This time I'm really leaving. I'm going very, very far away. This time I saw you cry for me. Let me touch you again. Meow." A mournful cat cry sounded, and in the next moment a cat, with incomparable madness, rushed into the figure that was about to shatter. "Touch me, don't cry, be good, go, don't miss me, rumble." The figure shattered, and the world changed color. Spirit Emperor dead. Meow. The mournful cat cry sounded again, tears rolling down in big drops, and the source trembled. This cat had gone crazy. Meow. The mournful cry became even sharper, resounding through the world. That big fatty that doted on it still doted on it so much. Today he died. P.S. 8,700 words. Everyone vote for it, and it will be finished soon. Let's see if the data can be better. Chapter 1481. Humph. A cold snort shook heaven and earth. Celestial Emperor's face was gloomy, completely enraged. That thread, with the fall of the Spirit Emperor, was also completely broken. This was the life passage between him and the seed. This was also his greatest secret, his greatest guarantee. Celestial Emperor was not afraid of anyone, including the Sun God and Fong Ping. No matter how powerful they were, Celestial Emperor was not afraid of them. However, at this moment, there was a sense of uneasiness in his heart. He was very powerful, so powerful that even without this thread, he was actually not afraid of these people. However, without this last trump card, he still felt a little more uneasy. The Divine Emperor and the others were also a little shocked and sluggish at this moment. Celestial Emperor actually had such a trump card ability. However, very soon, everyone's expression changed. Although they did not know before, now, Celestial Emperor's immortal shield had been broken. Among the three-headed and six-armed freaks, Emperor Donghuang's face was a little gloomy. He growled, "Fong Ping, now the seed is trapped by the Sun God. Kill him now. If he doesn't die today and goes to build a life passage, then we will never be able to kill him. Fong Ping, do you still want to watch the show?" Fong Ping's eyes were cold, and he growled, "Cut the crap, then kill him." No one cared about the death of the Spirit Emperor. Except for the sad cat, no one cared about this anymore. Opposite, Celestial Emperor's face was cold. "I was just playing with you. Since you are so stubborn, then go to hell." Previously, he was just playing with them. Anyway, he was not afraid of these people killing him, but now he was a little uneasy. It was better to finish the battle quickly, get rid of these people, and devour the immortal source. "Shake!" A soft shout came out, and the entire source shook violently. As soon as Fong Ping and the others rushed over, they felt the Tao shaking, the origin shaking, and even Fong Ping's second source was also shaking violently. Die. Celestial Emperor's speed was so fast that even Fong Ping could not catch it. Boom! With a loud noise, the three-headed and six-armed freak's head was directly blown up by Celestial Emperor's punch. Celestial Emperor's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Fong Ping. Fong Ping turned around and slashed with his saber. Celestial Emperor's figure disappeared instantly, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared even further behind, closer to the immortal source and also closer to old Zhang and the others. Fong Ping's expression changed drastically. He broke through the void and slashed. Crack! The void shattered. Celestial Emperor turned around and sneered. He looked at Fong Ping, who was chasing after him, and then at the three-headed monster. Quake! The source of power trembled again. Fong Ping and the others froze. Celestial Emperor charged into the crowd in an instant. Heavenly King Zhen and Martial King were at the forefront. Both of them roared and attacked. Boom! The Celestial Arch was incomparably domineering. He blasted out a punch and advanced courageously. Puff! Both of them vomited blood and were sent flying. At the back was the god crafting envoy. At this moment, The god-crafting envoy was still studying the immortal origin, and the heavenly emperor's target was the god-crafting envoy. When Shu Xiang and the others saw the heavenly emperor send the heavenly king and the martial king flying with a single punch, their expressions changed drastically. Kill! The few of them shouted and attacked one after another. Futile effort. The celestial Thearch's expression was cold. His hand covered the sky, covering heaven and earth as it descended with a loud rumble. Puff, 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 fragrance of books. Tengu, dragon transformation. These people's bodies cracked and they vomited blood. Your father is trash, and you are even more so. The celestial Darch casually smashed the dragon transformation's tail with a palm and sneered. Even beast kings were trash, not to mention a dragon transformation that had just attained the Tao. In his eyes it was all trash, unable to withstand a single blow. Bang! The sound of the tail exploding rang out, and flesh and bones splattered everywhere. Buzz! A saber slashed over. On one side, Fong Ping chased after him and slashed down with a saber. On the other side, the three emperors united also went all out, shaking heaven and earth, punching out at the same time. At this moment, the celestial Darch seemed to have transformed into 1,000 hands Buddha, countless arms striking in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the afterimages of the arms were smashed by Fong Ping, and one by one, the arms were torn apart by the three emperors' united freak. However, this was Fong Ping and the three emperors. The others vomited blood and retreated. Some of them were even more miserable. Their bodies were almost blown up. Retreat! Fong Ping roared, "Everyone retreat!" He and the three emperors' united freak could resist the celestial Darch, but the others could not. Even the heavenly king could not. Everyone retreated in all directions. Retreat! The celestial Darch sneered, "Where to?" Close! With a low shout, the entire source began to shrink rapidly. The celestial Darch sneered. In this source, did these people still have a way out? Before this, he played with these people with the intention of a cat catching a mouse, because he was invincible and immortal. But now his attitude had changed. These people all had to die. No matter who it was, they had to die. Fong Ping, you will regret this. The celestial Darch snorted coldly, grabbing Fong Ping's long saber with one hand. Creak! A harsh sound rang out. Fong Ping's long saber was directly squeezed out flames, pinching out a palm print. Go to hell! Fong Ping pulled out the saber with one hand and punched with the other. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the celestial Darch and Fong Ping exchanged thousands of punches. Rumble! Fong Ping retreated. The celestial Darch threw away the long saber, turned around and blasted the three emperors' united freak. At this moment, Fong Ping's fist was full of blood, flesh, and broken bones, and the celestial Thearch's fist was also stained with some blood. However, his flesh was stronger than Fong Ping's. Under the head-on bombardment, Fong Ping's injuries were even more serious. The immortal source is about to mature. None of you will leave. The celestial Thearch's tone was indifferent. In the blink of an eye, thousands of punches were blasted out again. The three emperors' united freak flew backward, bleeding. The celestial Darch continued to shrink the source, covering the sky with one hand, and slapped out again. Rumble! Heavenly dog, scent of books, god creation, dragon transformation, many experts' bodies exploded one after another. Behind Fong Ping and the others, Old Zhang and the other two were also seriously injured. At this moment, the three of them looked at each other and quickly merged again. Then they continued to dig into the source and began to extract the celestial Thearch's power. This time, the extracted source power was not given to Fong Ping, but the three of them used it to strengthen themselves. To supply it to Fong Ping, they were worried that the celestial Darch would deal with the three emperors, injecting all the cracks and filth of the source into Fong Ping's source, causing trouble for Fong Ping. The three of them merged and quickly strengthened themselves. Old Wang drew his bow, the blood-colored longbow, and the God Destroyer spear as an arrow shot out. Boom! On the other side, the celestial dart blasted out a punch, and the long arrow was shaken back. A bunch of ants. The celestial Thearcha's eyes were cold. As early as 30,000 years ago, this three realms should have been rebuilt. After dragging on for 30,000 years, you should be satisfied. After saying that, the celestial dart sneered and shouted, "Lock!" At this moment, above the immortal source behind the celestial dart, the blood vessels began to expand, began to converge, and began to spread toward the source. The immortal source was really about to mature just a little bit more. Chua mainland. With a loud bang, Li Jin cut off the palm seal envoy's arm with a sword, roaring, "Kill him at all costs! We must not let him prove his Tao now!" Everyone felt it. They felt the heat of the immortal source. At this moment, once someone proved their Tao, the immortal source might instantly mature. Kill him. They could not let the immortal source mature now. Otherwise, the people controlled by the Tao would die, and the people in the source would also die. The palm seal envoy laughed heartily. He was about to succeed. Just as he was thinking, behind him, two people attacked together. Boom! The palm seal envoy's flesh exploded, and Luan snorted coldly. "Idiot!" At this moment, not only the palm seal envoy wanted to prove his Tao, but the others also wanted to. However, at the same time, they could not let others prove their Tao, lest the immortal source matured and they would also die. Therefore, any powerhouse who was about to prove their Tao was their enemy. Did the palm seal envoy really think that everyone would watch him prove his Tao? The underworld god and the others all went easy, allowing these two to escape from the battle and come to kill the palm seal envoy. A large number of powerhouses attacked at this moment. No one could think about proving their Tao, other than themselves. Everyone else who tried to prove their Tao would kill them. Boom! The area where the palm seal envoy was instantly exploded, turning into a black hole. The palm seal envoy's spiritual body appeared instantly, wrapped around the 1,000-world cauldron, and was about to escape. On the other side, the monster emperor roared, and his spiritual power exploded, causing the 1,000-world cauldron to freeze, and the palm seal envoy's spiritual body to waver. In the next moment, tens of attacks came. Boom! Explosions resounded throughout the sky. The palm seal envoy did not even have time to say a word. In the sky, a huge star exploded. The 1,000-world cauldron shattered. The area contained all the energy left behind by Huan and the palm seal envoy after they were killed. At this moment, everyone was madly absorbing it. Everyone was absorbing this powerful energy. In the next moment, everyone divided the energy. In the blink of an eye, the battle started again. At this moment, King Zhen, the palm seal envoy Huan, and a few other Break 8 experts had died in battle. However, there were still many Break 8 experts left, and they all started fighting. In the underground cave, everyone was in a frenzy of killing. Kill! Kill! There were too many rank 9 experts, so many that after they killed one, another would appear. There were too many. These people were also in a frenzy, and the sound of self-destruction was endless. Knowing that they were going to die, these catacombs powerhouses were extremely brave, and they all attacked the magic martial army in a suicidal manner. Lei. In the army, Yang Xiaoman screamed. She and Zhao Lei had already gotten their marriage certificate. At this moment, Zhao Lei was surrounded by many true gods, and he was already on the verge of collapse. Yang Xiaoman screamed, and her long sword pierced through the air, piercing through a true god. However, a powerhouse behind her took the opportunity to pierce through her chest. However, Yang Xiaoman did not care about that. She looked at Zhao Lei, who was about to die, and screamed as she charged over. Don't come. Zhao Lei killed a true god with a punch, and half of his body was also destroyed by a few others. He did not even turn his head, and he shouted angrily, Don't come, go back to the army, don't come. He could not hold on any longer, and he was just an arrow at the end of its flight. Yang Xiaoman had also just entered the peak not long ago. If she came, she would only be sending herself to death. How many people did he kill today? He did not know. He only knew that he had already completed the military department's order, completed the mission to stop the enemy. Now he could die without regrets. However, his wife could not die, and he did not want her to die either. Go back, Lei. Yang Xiaoman was incomparably crazy. Her long sword slashed in all directions, and the rank 9 who blocked her way were killed in an instant. The true god who was chasing after her was also pierced in the throat by her sword as she turned around. However, her own arm was also chopped off by the other party's saber. At this moment, everyone had no extra time at all, and no extra energy to recover at all. Yang Xiaoman charged to Zhao Lei's side in an instant, blocking a true god's fatal blow with her sword, protecting Zhao Lei, her face full of smiles. "I'm here to save you!" Zhao Lei's complexion was deathly pale. Looking at his wife, he suddenly burst into tears. "I'm King Man's classmate, but my ability is far from his. Even my wife had to risk her life to kill her way into the enemy's camp to save me. Fang Ping, I hate you." Yang Xiaoman laughed. This guy was still the same as before, unwilling to give up again. "Yes, Fang Ping is the most hateful." Yang Xiaoman laughed. Protecting him, they began to fight crazily. It was time to break out of the encirclement. Scolding Fang Ping would boost their morale. Behind them, Zhao Lei watched as his wife protected him impenetrably, fighting 3 true gods on her own. His expression changed for a while, looking toward the sky, as if he could see Fang Ping. Suddenly, he raised his middle finger. "Damn you, Fang Ping, I hate you. You're so outstanding. How do you expect us to live? We can't live anymore." A crimson saber condensed rapidly. In front, Yang Xiaoman was still killing the enemy, but her body kept accumulating new injuries. The next moment, a crimson saber shot out violently, and with a splat, a true god was slashed into pieces. The crimson saber pierced through one person, and then went for another. With a loud bang, another person exploded, and the crimson saber began to crack too. "Lei!" Yang Xiaoman screamed again, tears streaming down her face. Zhao Lei's figure appeared, swearing. "Kill! There's still one more. Your man is no worse than that bastard. If he can kill the enemy, so can I. I'm Zhao Lei, MCMAU's number 1. Number 1. Whether it's true or not, I am." Zhao Lei roared, his face bitter. "Number 1? Mother****, so wronged." Even without Fang Ping, there were still many others. Chun Yunqi, Zhao Xuemei, Fu Changding of the same rank. These guys seemed to be stronger than him. Zhang Yu and Xia Lei above him were also stronger than him, and a large number of instructors above him were also stronger than him. Number 1, about 100 so wronged. If he had known, he would have gone to a small martial arts university. With his desperation realm strength, he should be the first person to kill 4 true gods today, right? "Xiaoman, when you go back, tell them that I killed an emperor." Zhao Lei's figure appeared, saying pitifully, "It's an emperor. For true gods are considered an emperor, right? Let MCMAU know that I killed an emperor, not a true god, that's all. Remember to go back and change the records, or else. I'm not satisfied I killed an emperor, do you hear me?" Yang Xiaoman's tears streamed down her face, and she nodded hurriedly. "I hear you. I remember. My man killed an emperor, not a true god. Killing an emperor at the peak, defying the heavens. My man is the most powerful. Ha ha ha, I killed an emperor. Boom!" With an explosive sound, the blood saber collapsed, and the last true god's chest was pierced. But he did not die. Just as he was about to escape, a blood sword slashed down, and with a rumble, the last true god was killed. Zhao Lei killed an emperor. Yang Xiaoman's sharp voice resounded in all directions. "Tell everyone, her man killed an emperor today." Tears of blood rolled down. There was no time to grieve, no time to grieve. On the day they came to MCMAU, they had witnessed a great battle. and someone told them not to grieve on the battlefield. Use your weapons to kill the enemy. Kill all the enemies, then go back to grieve. Kill. The color of blood rose again, and in all directions a large number of martial artists were killed by this sword. Yang Shaoman was extremely crazy, no longer defending, no longer retreating, no longer having any grief. Kill the enemy, kill the enemy. Big Rock, the long spear, was like a dragon. Fu Changding killed a true god with one spear, and instantly fought with an emperor, his face full of grief. Today, although they killed countless enemies in the catacombs, demons, catacombs martial artists, and divine sects also produced countless powerhouses, and MCMAU suffered heavy losses. He had heard the roar just now. Killed an emperor. You bastard, falsely reporting your battle results. I'm going to expose you, Fu Changding cursed. I'm going to expose you. Kill these guys, then expose you. Bang! The long spear exploded, the explosion causing the emperor to spit blood continuously. Fu Changding pulled out a thin sword from the exploded long spear, and like a ghost, the sword slashed out in an instant, piercing the other party's head. Both sides continued to fight, and after a while, an explosive sound rang out. With a rumble, the Tao collapsed, and the emperor in front of him was killed. Fu Changding was bathed in blood, cursing. Damn you, this is the emperor you killed. Don't falsely report your battle results anymore. Tears glistened in his eyes. Today, how many instructors and students had died here? He could no longer count. In the catacombs, the powerhouses were getting fewer and fewer. MCMAU had killed more than 10,000 rank 9 and above martial artists today. A terrifying number. Origin. Boom. Fong Ping gritted his teeth and self-destructed both his arms, but it was not for nothing. On the opposite side, a hole appeared in Celestial Emperor's chest. He began to recover quickly, but his face was a little pale, looking at Fong Ping, and then at the strange man wrapped in the black fissure. Celestial Emperor laughed. Panting slightly, Celestial Emperor laughed. Can you guys stop me? As a large number of powerhouses were killed, the immortal source dimmed for a while. But soon, this dimness disappeared and light erupted again. Celestial Emperor laughed. You guys can't stop me. Soon, I'll succeed soon. When the immortal source matures, all of you will die. In all directions, Xu Xiang and the others were bathed in blood. Everyone joined forces to attack Celestial Emperor, but they still could not match him. Fong Ping self-destructed both his arms, but it only injured Celestial Emperor slightly. Celestial Emperor did not care about them anymore. At this moment, he looked down and laughed. Good, very good, the humans are really amazing. So many land realm and beginner martial artists have been killed. The humans are really amazing. A million rank 9s was more or less enough for him to succeed. But although the number of rank 9s born kept increasing, the humans' killing speed was not slow either. It was very, very fast. Not everyone could become a rank 9 martial artist. One had to be at least rank 6 or 7 to have this chance. After being slaughtered by the humans, now the speed of rank 9 martial artists born was getting slower and slower. Moreover, a large number of paragons and emperors were killed, which also slowed down the speed. But Celestial Emperor still laughed. The humans are really amazing, close to 1,000 true gods, hundreds of thousands of rank 9s. Celestial Emperor laughed inexplicably, looking at Fong Ping and the rest, smiling brightly. The humans occupy 90% of the Tao, 90% of the immortal source. I think the immortal source will mature soon. In the end, the humans' rank 9 and true gods became the main supply targets of the immortal source. There were too many powerhouses. The powerhouses of the catacombs, demon clan, beginner martial artists, these few mainlands, fought and killed countless. In addition, the humans were slaughtering them, so there were fewer and fewer. But this did not matter. The humans were also producing powerhouses, more and more. As long as this continued, in at most an hour, the human powerhouses would be enough to meet the needs of the immortal source. Celestial Emperor laughed. This is all thanks to Zhang Tao and Fang Ping for the foundation. If it wasn't for your strong foundation, we wouldn't be able to do this. In the crowd, Zhang Tao's face was pale, looking at Celestial Emperor and Fang Ping. Fang Ping was very strong, but because of the instability of the source, he could not unleash his full combat strength. The combination of the three emperors was very strong, but they were backstabbed by Celestial Emperor once. The countless cracks in the source also weakened their combat strength a lot. If this went on, they could not kill Celestial Emperor. Even if Celestial Emperor could not kill them, very soon, the immortal source would mature. Zhang Tao looked bitter. Celestial Emperor was really too strong. Previously, Fang Ping predicted that if Celestial Emperor fought for a long time, the source would also be shaken. But now it seemed that Celestial Emperor could still suppress the source. On the other hand, Fang Ping's second source was born not long ago, not as stable as the first source. Every time at a critical moment, he was a little powerless, defeated by Celestial Emperor. Looking at the immortal source, it was getting brighter and brighter. Too many powerhouses from the catacombs and the demon mainlands had been killed. They now were getting fewer and fewer, without the strength of rank 6 or 7, unable to support their breakthrough to rank 9. Soon, the human race would be able to clean up these remaining people, but on the human race's side, Zhang Tao sighed softly in his heart. Only when the human race had many powerhouses could they clean up the powerhouses from all sides. But the human race had too many powerhouses too united, now actually became a disaster. This, in fact, he also expected. The main supply of the immortal source was the human race. Celestial Emperor, Zhang Tao laughed, looking at Celestial Emperor, panting. You think you've won? Celestial Emperor smiled faintly. King Wu, I know what you want to do, but you have to think carefully. This way, your position as the Emperor may not be stable. The people will lose all trust. You're too stupid. King Wu interrupted him and said with a smile, Lost the will of the people? What you think is only what you think. Do you think the human race will be like what you think? Do you think the human race does not even have this little bit of determination? Do you think everyone is like you, greedy for life, afraid of death, and can be a tortoise for tens of thousands of years? You judge others by your own standards, treating the human race like you. You are the real stupid one. Zhang Tao laughed. The next moment, the voice shook the three realms, roaring, I am King Wu Zhang Tao. Everyone, the immortal source is about to mature. The plan, it's time to start. Li Zhen, hurry up, kill those bastards. Boom. Following this angry roar, a large number of roars came from the three realms mainland. People were constantly being killed. On the Chu mainland, King Qian was blown up by the various powerhouses. Li Jin cut off King Qian's Dao with one sword, his expression extremely solemn. Hearing Zhang Tao's voice, Li Zhen looked around. There were fewer and fewer heavenly kings. They had killed too many. On the human side, many powerhouses had also died in battle. Out of the last few patriarchs in Star Town, only Warlord was still there. The Shen family patriarch was gone. On the House of Guardians side, Zhang Weiyu of the West House of Guardians was also gone. Wu Chuan was also crippled. However, the results were very obvious. Almost all the heavenly kings from the catacombs had been killed. At this moment, among the catacombs' powerhouses, only Feng and the Demon Emperor, the two half-crippled, breaking 8 powerhouses, were left. Feng, the Demon Emperor, Luan, Sherpa, Underworld God, Heavenly Arm, these were the 6 non-human powerhouses who had broken through to breaking 8. There were only these 6 left. Sherpa was currently in a daze. Ever since Emperor Ling died in battle, he had been like this. If not for Emperor Ling saving him a few times, he would have been killed long ago. At this moment, when Sherpa heard a voice, he suddenly looked at Lindsay opposite him, as if he had regained consciousness, looked at Lindsay, looked at her, and said with a smile, Little Z, I seem to remember something. Lindsay looked at Sherpa, and Sherpa said with a smile, Let me ask you, the pair of earrings I gave to your aunt, does she still keep them? Lindsay looked at Sherpa, seeing that he was seriously injured and his vitality was constantly overflowing. Her eyes were filled with tears. She nodded slightly and said with a smile, "She keeps them. Aunt likes them very much, but you know her, she's too embarrassed to wear them. I knew she kept them. I knew she still likes me." Sherpa grinned, smiling brightly, smiling sadly. The next moment he looked up at the sky and scolded loudly. "You old dog, celestial darch, heaven your mother! You old dog, I wish I could cut you into 1,000 pieces. Give me back my fatty ling, sob, sob, sob." Loud wails came out. Sherpa looked up at the sky, crying and shouting, "I want to prove my Tao. I want to become an emperor. I want to see the glory of an emperor. I want to become an emperor. I want to propose marriage. UF asterisk king won't let me become an emperor. Fatty Ling is dead. Dead. Propose your mother." "Old dog, you want to win. Dream on. Fatty Ling, I'm coming for you. Ha ha ha." Under everyone's shocked eyes, Sherpa suddenly rushed into the demon emperor and Feng's camp, and with a loud bang, an explosion sounded. Boom! A huge star exploded. Blood rain fell again. Sherpa's laughter continued. The demon emperor and Feng's scolding rose and fell, and grunts sounded continuously. Sherpa self-destructed. At the side, Luan's face was full of sadness, but very soon it disappeared. She didn't care about Sherpa. Everyone was going to die. It was just a matter of time. She had seen through it. At this moment, he suddenly looked at Lindsay, smiling uglier than crying. "Woman, did you lie to that bastard? How could Ling Huang keep the earrings he gave? I don't believe it. You are too evil, still lying to him at this time." Lindsay's face was full of sadness, and she said softly, "I didn't lie to him, it's true. It's just that Aunt doesn't like these external things. She really kept it. In the past 30,000 years, besides Ash Cat, only Uncle Sher gave some gifts, and Aunt kept them. I thought Aunt forgot to throw them away, but now—" Luan grinned. "So, that woman might really have something on her mind about this stone? TSK, 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 it's not a loss to die, not a loss." Luan laughed, looking at the ball of light. Her eyes couldn't help but reveal a touch of sadness. Whether it was true or not, the moment Sherpa left, he was happy, excited. Ling Huang left behind the gift he gave. Perhaps it was also a gift from the only man beside Ling Huang. How could he not be happy? Perhaps in the past 30,000 years he was the only one who gave it, but if Sherpa knew, he would be even happier. "Brother Sher, you are finally satisfied, ha ha ha." Luan laughed out loud. Looking at the demon emperor and Feng who had broken bodies, he laughed and said, "The two of you still want to prove your Tao. Stop dreaming. To prove your Tao and help that old dog Heaven Emperor? Why not go back? Why not go back? The chaotic 3 realms, it's time to end." "No!" The demon emperor and Feng both roared angrily, turned around and ran. These people were all crazy. In order to stop Heaven Emperor, Sherpa directly self-destructed. What was Luan thinking about? Luan laughed and said, "Don't run. What are you running for? Everyone get your weapons and kill them. I am Luan, an expert in creating chaos. Today, let's create chaos again." Along with this laughter, Luan laughed loudly, instantly rushing forward. Boom! "Old dog Heaven Emperor, you want to trick me to prove my Tao? No way. I am Luan my ass. I hate this chaotic world." A loud roar resounded in all directions. Chaos? No, he wasn't Luan. He just didn't want the 3 realms to be in chaos again. In that chaotic era, his family, his friends, his brothers, all died in the chaotic era. Therefore, he was Luan. But he didn't want the 3 realms to be in chaos again, that bastard who schemed against the 3 realms for 30,000 years. Still wanted to keep the 3 realms in captivity. Dream on. It's time for the chaotic era to end. Chapter 1482. Kill. Luan and Sherpa, the 2 peak experts, self-destructed. As for the monster Tharch and Feng, they were heavily injured and could die at any moment. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with helplessness, sorrow, and relief. They were free. Yes, they were free. The 3 realms had been in chaos for too long, and they had suffered too much. Today they were finally free, seeing the human experts charging over, seeing the underworld god and the others charging over. They stopped running. They couldn't run. The heavenly king experts they brought were almost all slaughtered. Even if some survived, they probably wouldn't be able to. The three realms, 40,000 years. Today, the world was going to be destroyed, and the world was going to be created. Feng shook his head and smiled. Kun Peng, I didn't expect that in the end. I still couldn't prove my Tao. I feel a little regretful. Really regretful. After pursuing it for tens of thousands of years, it could be said that proving their Tao had become an obsession. Even though they knew that proving their Tao now was helping the celestial arch, and they hated him, they still wanted to prove their Tao. It wasn't to go against the human race. They just didn't want to leave behind such regrets. 30,000 years ago, they wanted to prove their Tao. Kun Peng fought with the Beast Emperor. In order to prove his Tao, Feng even recognized the 4 emperors as his masters. He was much older than the other 3 emperors. He really wanted to prove his Tao, but obviously there was no chance today. Feng looked at Kun Peng, and Kun Peng looked back at him. They looked at each other and suddenly smiled. Feng, you will help me? You still want me to help you at this time? Are you still human? I'm not human, Kun Peng smiled. I am a monster. Feng was speechless. Then he chuckled. Forget it, let's go together. Let's walk halfway and look at the scenery of the Imperial Path. Even if we can't see everything, at least half is good. All right, Feng, I didn't expect that before I left, I would be together with a shameless person like you. I didn't expect it either. Feng smiled. In the next moment, the 2 of them emitted dense flames. 2 grand paths appeared. They burned themselves. With a loud boom, the 3 gates shattered. In front of the 2 grand paths, a broken path appeared. The demon sovereign looked at Feng, and Feng looked back at him with a smile on her face. Why are you looking at me? I don't think I can cross it. Let's take a look at the sovereign path. If we are lucky, we can touch the 3 gates. I really want to take a look. All right. The 2 of them laughed and stepped forward. At the back, everyone stopped. The 2 of them burned themselves all the way. The great Tao of the Void appeared above the severed path. This was their own power. They burned themselves to obtain power to prove their Tao and become emperors. Whether they succeeded or not, they were doomed. As he walked, the road ahead was cut off. The 3 gates were right in front of him. Feng looked at the 3 gates and was a little unwilling. She looked at the soaring Kun Peng and scolded. Can't you give me a ride? I can't fly anymore either, Kun Peng smiled bitterly. I can't fly anymore. Together, let's walk to the door together. A human and a demon began to gather and support each other. Their fleshly bodies were on fire, and now they were starting to burn the great Tao behind them. They were burning the great Tao, all for the sake of getting closer to the door, to see what lay beyond it. The great Tao collapsed. The great Tao behind them had been completely burned, and at this moment a human and a demon had also walked to the door. They could not break through. Even if they broke through, they would still die. Was this considered becoming an emperor? No. Feng gently stroked the door, smiled, and looked at Kun Peng. Although I'm shameless, I feel that I've always been shameless to Feng Ping. He can do it, but I can't. Kun Peng, why don't you cooperate with me? Kun Peng smiled and said, Are you sure? Of course. Then you go first. Feng could not help but laugh, shaking her head helplessly. In the next moment, she suddenly exhausted all her strength and shouted loudly, Today, Kun Peng has proven his Tao for the Demon Emperor, for the Demon Emperor. Ha ha ha. Kun Peng laughed, and as he laughed, he said loudly, Today, Feng has proven his Tao and become an emperor, for the Emperor, for the Emperor. A human and a demon looked at each other, the flames on their bodies soaring into the sky. But they were laughing, laughing so brightly. We have proven our Tao. This door was right in front of them. They had proven their Tao. Brother Demon Emperor, shall we go together? Together. Brother Feng, let's go together, together. Accompanied by laughter, the two continued to walk towards the door. As they walked, their figures disappeared, as if they had entered the origin, but everyone knew that they had not. They had completely disappeared in front of the door. Today, Feng and Kuan Peng had proven their Tao. They had proven the Tao in their hearts. They had become emperors. They had become emperors in their hearts. The great star did not collapse. The moment it burned itself, the great star had already been completely burned. At this moment, the two walked silently. No, the entire three realms knew. The entire three realms were watching them, hearing their voices. They had proven their Tao, they had become emperors, and they were congratulating each other. This was the three realms. Everyone had their own glory. Every expert was a part of history. They split the heavens and earth. They reigned supreme in martial arts. They dominated the three realms. They lived for one era after another. And in the end, they died in glory. Feng, Kuan Peng had fallen. Behind them, Li Zhen's expression changed. Even though they were enemies, at this moment, sorrow still rose in his heart. This was the three realms, who could have a good ending. The three realms controlled by the celestial Darch. Was this miserable? Who could have a good ending for the strong? None of them. At this moment, Li Zhen no longer looked at the underworld god and heavenly arm. He looked around, looked at the three realms continent, and roared, "Everyone, are you ready?" Ready. Waves of roars came from the Chu continent, from the Earth continent, from the Catacombs continent, from the Sea of Bitterness. Countless experts of the human race roared. Their voices shook the three realms. On this day, in the world of the human race, the human experts shook the three realms. Everyone, let's create a new era of glory together. Congratulations to the human race. Congratulations to the human race. Congratulations to the human race. Shouts resounded throughout the world. At this moment, the roars of the Sea of Bitterness were suppressed. The tremors of the origin were suppressed. The blood rain was defeated, and the sun appeared. The three realms, boundless light. The immortal origin, brilliant glory. Li Zhen laughed loudly. A great Tao appeared and began to burn. He roared, "I, King Wu, contribute some strength. King Wu Zhang Tao is invincible. Invincible. One great Tao, two great Tao, three great Tao, countless great Tao." They were all burning. "Comrades, comrades, may we meet again in the next life." Li Zhen roared again. "Let's meet again in the next life. Fight, fight, fight." Li Zhen laughed heartily. Beside him, human experts revealed their great Taos. Their great Taos burning. "Brother Zhu, Li Zhen, I'll be leaving first. Human king, martial king. Kill that old dog and rebuild this golden age. Create another golden age." The humans shouted together. Beside him, Jiang Hao's great Tao burned. Beside him, the War King's great Tao burned. Beside him, the Nanyun Moon's great Tao burned. Behind him, the Nether God and Heavenly Arm were stunned and stunned. The human race. The human race. Hundreds of thousands of experts were going to die today. It wasn't that they were afraid of death. The Celestial Darch had said that he would spare the three realms after killing them. They weren't afraid, but they weren't willing. He was not willing to become a soul under the Celestial Emperor's blade. They would rather die standing than be slaves of a subjugated nation. Even if he died, it would be worth it. Congratulations to the human race. Shouts after shouts resounded throughout the world. At the border, Chen Jiaxing roared again and again. Donghu Martial Arts University's Chen Jiaxing, young and old, were all going to die. Today it was his turn. Congratulations to the human king. Congratulations to the martial king. Shouts after shouts, their voices hoarse, their throats torn. A smile appeared on Chen Jiaxing's youthful face. The great Tao was burning. Someone was extracting their power after burning. The martial king was extracting their power. the most powerful power, burning this great Tao, breaking this immortal source, helping the martial king. Congratulations to the human race. Create another golden age. Behind him, the rank 9 powerhouses were roaring loudly. Behind them, countless military martial artists were sobbing silently. However, even though their tears flowed freely, these military martial artists still stood straight and shouted loudly. The stench of blood surged in their throats. Send off General Chen. Send off all heroes. With a roar, the 3 armies shouted in unison. Chen Jiaxing looked back and laughed. Everyone behind us is still a golden age. The golden age lasts forever. The golden age lasts forever. Rumble. Young Chen Jiaxing's flesh exploded. He looked up at the sky, his laughter echoing everywhere. The golden age lasts forever. Wang Tringhai led the powerhouses from the Department of Education, igniting their das and themselves. As he laughed, he suddenly burst into tears. Fang Ping, you bastard. You haven't even finished paying me the benefits you owe me. My investment has gone down the drain. This Minister Wang had invested a lot in Fang Ping. Why was it gone? Minister, remember to collect the debt for me. Ha ha ha. The laughter disappeared. Wang Qinghai burning himself. Behind him, acquaintances were also disappearing one after another. In front, a few people stood beside Zhang Wu. His son, Sun City's Governor Zhang Peng, a few of his brothers, his nephews and nieces. At this moment, they were all here. Father, son, I'll be leaving first. Zhang Wu laughed loudly. Beside him, young Zhang Peng suddenly turned his head to look at Xie Yifan, suddenly smiling mischievously. Grandma, leave with the Zhang family. Xie Yifan blushed slightly. How gorgeous! Nonsense. Grandma, let's go together. Zhang Peng laughed again. When Grandpa left, he said that you've married into the Zhang family. You bastard! Xie Yifan smiled brightly, smiling brightly. Who married into the Zhang family? That dirty old man, shameless. Although she said she was awesome. Xie Yifan walked over step by step. Around her, the powerhouses burned their great Tao, smiling and joking in unison. Congratulations to Madame Zhang. Wrong, we're congratulating the minister's wife. We should call her Madame Wu. Ha ha ha, wrong again. We should call her Madame Wu. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Xie Yifan's face was flushed. Then she roared. All of you better behave yourselves and line up. Otherwise, I'll let you know how awesome I am before I die. Ha ha ha. Madame Zhang is angry and shy. Everyone line up. Everyone laughed. Soon, the military formation appeared. Hundreds of powerhouses, talking and laughing, smiling brightly. The sun shone brightly, as if they were standing in a military formation, as if they were welcoming a new day. One by one, the powerhouses were reduced to ashes. No one said it was painful. No one said it was not worth it. Worth it. We are afraid of death. We are not afraid of death. We will die standing. We will not be slaves of a subjugated country. That day, the military department issued an order. Powerhouses burned their Tao and body. Not forced, voluntary. That day, no one said a word of objection. We can die, as long as it's worth it. As long as we don't die on our knees, it's worth it. In front of the crowd, Xie Yifan looked at the sky, looked at the godlike phantom, smiled and waved. I'm here, do you see? Do you see? You coward. You didn't give me a promise. The stern chief Xie was like a little girl today. Her face was flushed red with happiness, and she was unhappy that she hadn't received her promise. She disappeared from the world along with the light of the fire. Little Han, southwest border, Ling Yi looked at Han Su, smiling brightly. Let me ask you, senior sister, am I really small breasts? Han Su smiled bitterly. Not at all. Humph. I knew that bastard Fang Ping bullied me, lied to me on purpose, and was jealous that I'm bigger than Qin Yunqi. Humph. With dissatisfaction and pride, Ling Yi held her head high, chest out, and smiled. Little Han Su, come. Come with me, let's go together. Senior sister, I want to be with the instructor. Your axe is too big. What are you afraid of? I won't eat you up. I've never been in a relationship before. When I left, that bastard Li Hansong wasn't by my side. So I caught you to make up the numbers. Come here, quickly. No, senior sister, I like the gentler ones. Han Su was terrified, hurriedly running to avoid her. Senior sisterling, I don't like people like you. I like the gentler ones. Look at Qin Yunxi. She's the gentler one. Bastard. Bastard. Ling Yi cursed angrily, her whole body bursting with light. In the distance, a CCMAU instructor laughed. Han Su, you brat, you've got guts. But the instructor likes it. Ha ha ha, Han Su, you brat, you have a good eye. You should have said so earlier. We'll go to MCMAU and snatch her Qin Yunxi, who would dare to say no. That's right, that's right. What is MCMAU? What is it? What first martial arts university is our CCMAU a pushover? Without Fong Ping, what is MCMAU? We've been suppressing them for decades, and they still dare to make a comeback. The next time we meet them, we'll hammer them to death. Old Wang, you're still bragging. Are you awake? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? Bah, you mean Li Changsheng? Let that grandson come and beat me up. At this moment, an old man's face was full of disdain, his face full of contempt. Li Changsheng is a grandson. Come and beat me up. Beat me up. I'm so scared, Tisk. If that grandson dares to come, I'll crush him with one finger. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed, and immediately someone continued, That's right, that grandson is a ball. Come on. Not just that grandson Fong Ping. Come and beat me up. Mother of asterisk her. This grandson used to bully CCMAU, who's afraid of him. We just don't beat him up because he's small. That's right, that's right. Our CCMAU has a foundation, a culture. MCMAU is just a bunch of hooligans. Everyone roared with laughter. Awesome. I'll scold you guys. What? Hit me. Do you think I'm afraid of you? A group of CCMAU instructors and students laughed, insufferably arrogant. I'll scold you, MCMAU people. What about it? If you're not convinced, come at me. I won't give you a chance. Let's go. The MCMAU guys can't hit us anymore. Everyone laughed and joked, their silhouettes gradually dissipating. This land, the depth of their love for this world, was also very deep. They did not feel too much despair or unwillingness, just a little regret. After today, could this prosperous country behind them continue to exist? May this prosperous country last forever! Han Su turned around, looking into the distance. With a smile on his face, he muttered silently, May this prosperous country continue to exist. Beside him, Ling Yi smiled, looking at the sky, looking at the few imposing figures, suddenly exhausted all her strength, shouting, Fong Ping, I'm not a small-chested bro, I'm a big-chested bro. This is what you get for saying that the grapes are sour when you can't eat them. Ha ha ha, I'm leaving. Waving the giant axe, laughing happily, I'm leaving. As she laughed and laughed, tears rolled down her cheeks. She had never been in love in her life. Li Hansong, that big idiot, does he like me or not? Carrying some doubts, some questions, Ling Yi dissipated. In the area suppressed by Star City, one by one, martial artists burned their own Tao. In the crowd, there were people who cried out, It hurts. I quit. It's too painful. Mother f asterisk her. You're all going to die. I'm fat. I have a lot of meat. I haven't finished burning yet. Su Zissou, don't go. I'm still a virgin. Why don't we kiss before we leave? It hurts, Jiang Chao screamed, crying, tearing up. Some of the martial artists who had not dissipated were helpless. How embarrassing. They had already come this far, who was afraid of pain. If you're so afraid of pain, don't burn. Fatty Jiang saw those people's gazes and wailed with tears in his eyes. I didn't know it was so painful. If I knew, I wouldn't do it anymore. It's so painful, Grandpa. Add some fire. Burn me to death immediately. It hurts so much now. Jiang Chao screamed, cried and laughed. There's so much delicious food. Forget it. I'll go eat something delicious, then I'll forget the pain. Fong Ping, that bastard, he makes me flatter him every day. Today, I won't flatter the son of a B asterisk. John Chow, I'm invincible. John Chow, you're the best. John Chow, you're the best. John Chow, you're amazing. I like you so much, love you. John Chow directed and acted, laughing and laughing, dissipating. John Chow, you're the best. The catacombs. Wu Quishan looked dejected, muttering, "Why didn't you inform MCMAU?" He did not know about this. Everyone else had left, but he did not know about this, not even MCMAU. MCMAU was arranged to go to the catacombs. They did not know about this at all. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of martial artists were burning themselves, burning their das. At this moment, the immortal source was already dim and lifeless. In the three realms, King Wu's voice echoed, "Live well." Yes, live well. He was telling the rest of the three realms, telling Earth martial artists, telling MCMAU martial artists, live well. Enough. I don't need your help. The immortal source would never be able to mature. At this moment, blood rain poured down. The light turned the color of blood. Hundreds of thousands of martial artists burned themselves, burning themselves, sacrificing all of their energy to Zhang Tao. The immortal source was crippled. Even if they sacrificed others now, the immortal source would never mature. After this disaster, were there 1,000 martial artists above rank 9? Other than MCMAU's batch, there were still some survivors in the human army. Protecting the human race, there were still some survivors in the other continents. Added together, were there 1,000 people? Probably not. Wu Quishan wept bitterly, looking at the MCMAU instructors and students around him. There were not many left. MCMAU army was guarding the catacombs. Under the massacre, the MCMAU army was less than 10% alive. There were not many left, but all my old friends are gone. You asked us to stay. What are we staying to see? To see hope or despair? Living was really more painful than dying. Zhang Tao, I'll F***CK your ancestors. Wu Quishan cursed. Live well, how do you live well? It's better to just die. But now, to live, King Wu did not absorb energy. Were they going to die in vain? They could not die without merits. Those people died for the human race. If they died now, it would be a waste of time. Idiots. He knew King Wu's thoughts, leaving Fong Ping with one last thought. They were all dead. They were afraid that Fong Ping would despair, afraid that Fong Ping would die. But it was really too painful. Looking at the people he knew dying in all directions, it was really too painful. Fong Ping, fight well. MCMAU is still here. With a sob, Wu Quishan roared, MCMAU is still here. Don't despair. Tears fell uncontrollably. For the first time, Fong Ping felt that he was not a devil. He was not a devil. He had feelings. He was really not a devil. He was a king, the king of the human race. He was Fong Ping. You guys haven't paid me back the IOUs you owe me. Fong Ping bombarded Celestial Emperor frantically. On the other side, King Wu's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Fong Ping bombarded, roaring, his murderous intent boundless. It was all this beast's fault. The immortal source behind him was already extinguishing at this moment. Celestial Emperor was also shocked and also silent. Hundreds of thousands of martial artists, no one to supervise at this moment, all died together. He was really a little shocked. This was not a group of weaklings, a group of powerhouses. The weakest was also rank 9. The strongest had even begun to touch the Emperor path. They'd burned themselves. What did this mean? Celestial Emperor was really shocked. The human heart, in his opinion, was not like this. The human race was not like this either. He knew that the human race was united, but this was suicide, burning themselves, that kind of pain, that kind of despair, hundreds of thousands of powerhouses. Was there no one who was not willing? The human race actually did not have a major upheaval. This was impossible. At this moment, countless ordinary people, the weak, they were still alive, they walked out of their homes, walked to the streets, walked to the fields, looked at the sky, eyes full of tears. They were all praying. They were all praying. May the human race prosper. May the golden age last forever. May the heroic spirits not perish. May human king, King Wu win. Heroes forever. Those dead heroes had their families, their parents, their children, and their friends. Today, they died for the human race. Even at this moment, the human race still existed. The golden age still existed. Sorrow, tears, happiness. We are enjoying the glory of the golden age. Until eternity. Kill. Boundless murderous intent filled the source. Fong Ping went crazy, both arms broken, rapidly growing, both legs exploded, continued to grow, fight, kill. If he did not kill Celestial Emperor, he was not willing. The countless heroic spirits were not willing. At this moment, in his source, shadows appeared one after another. Hundreds of thousands of shadows appeared. Fong Ping's source seemed to continue to expand. The others also went crazy. Rumble. A loud bang. The three realms shook. Shu Xiang was all smiles. I am also human. Human king. King Wu, young master. Shu Xiang bids farewell. Shu Xiang smiled, her gaze gentle. A large amount of power poured into King Wu's body. Looking at Wang Fongping over there, nodding slightly, then looking at Wang Jinyang, who was in tears, bowing slightly. Young master, if possible, bury Shu Xiang next to the old master. I want to accompany him to see this golden age again. Tears streamed down Wang Jinyang's face, nodding fiercely. Master, Shu Xiang is here. Rumble. The source shook. The last of his power was used to blast open the source. The source, once again, a large number of cracks appeared, void cracks. With a smile, Shu Xiang slowly dissipated. King Wu's aura was even more powerful, terrifyingly powerful. Hundreds of thousands of powerhouses sacrificed themselves, condensing power for King Wu. An emperor sacrificed himself, contributing power for King Wu. At this moment, King Wu even vaguely came into contact with Fong Ping's realm. Zhang Tao's eyes were already filled with tears of blood, but he did not cry. What was he crying for? King Wu would not cry. It would never happen. He wanted to win this war. Celestial Emperor did not understand humans. But he did. He already knew this would happen. He did not think that someone would not agree, because they were all neo-martial artists. The neo-martial artists were different. Looking over there, Fong Ping bombarded Celestial Emperor crazily, his injuries getting more and more serious. Zhang Tao laughed. Kid, today you finally have the style of a King Wu. With a smile, Zhang Tao said softly, Open the source, let me your grandfather. Go in and take a look. No, don't. Fong Ping cried he did not want to. Stop talking nonsense. 2 of you might not be able to kill him. 2 of you combined can kill him. King Wu scolded jokingly. He, at most, could reach Fong Ping's realm, but could 2 Fong Ping kill Celestial Emperor? It was too difficult. Only by completely fusing, becoming Fong Ping, could he kill that old bastard. Don't delay, don't hesitate. We are martial artists, neo-martial artists. As long as neo-martial artists do not perish, we will not perish. Have you forgotten the spirit of neo-martial artists? Right now, kill the enemy, kill the enemy, kill the enemy. Zhang Tao roared. Killing the enemy was the most important. Today, destroy Celestial Emperor, rebuild the 3 realms. If Celestial Emperor was not dead, how could the 3 realms be at peace? On the other side, Celestial Emperor's expression was cold. Don't even think about it. However, it was at this moment that the eccentric figure of the 3 emperors suddenly sighed. The voice of the Emperor God sounded somewhat dejected and sorrowful. Is this the human race? Maybe when we give up the glory of the human race, give up the identity of the human race, we will no longer be human. The human race, this is so shocking, the Emperor God sighed. Heaven reverse Emperor smiled. This is the neo-martial artists, not us. Cheong, how? Our old friends are all gone. Why don't we not waste time? Emperor Donghuang sighed helplessly. We wanted to wait until the celestial source matured. Looks like the human race never thought about maturing the celestial source. I understand now. Never mind, let's go. The three powerhouses spoke one after another. Soon, the Emperor God chuckled. Fang Ping, kill him. If you win, I only hope you will not become the next celestial emperor. The only hope, the only desire, do not become the next celestial emperor. To kill celestial emperor, the three realms had paid too much. After today, how many people in the three realms would survive? After today, how many martial artists in the three realms would survive? Fang Ping choked. Celestial emperor? The next celestial emperor? No way. After today, there would be no more celestial emperor. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded again. The three strengthened into a mist of blood, shrouding celestial emperor. Cracks spread around the mist. The Emperor God laughed. Trap him for a while. Merge with the martial king and aim at his head. Punch this old bastard. Smash his head. I have long been sick of his head. At this moment, the Emperor God was no longer gloomy. He laughed heartily. We were once heroes too, including Celestial Emperor. It was a pity that Celestial Emperor had changed. They had changed. They could only hope that Fang Ping, who killed Celestial Emperor, would not change. Otherwise, in tens of thousands of years, the three realms might put on a good show to kill Fang Ping. Chapter 1483. Fang Ping, activate the source. King Wu roared again. Open the origin, fulfill Fang Ping's wish, and kill the Celestial Emperor. Tears blurred eyes. Tears streamed down Fang Ping's cheeks. He did not want to, he could not accept it, but he could only accept it. The Celestial Arch was stronger and more difficult to kill than expected. He had teamed up with the three emperors, but they were still unable to kill the Celestial Arch. If this continued, his origin would collapse, and the three emperors would be devoured by the rift. Then no one in the world would be able to kill the Celestial Arch. Perhaps the Yang spirit could. But at this moment, the Yang spirit was still entangled with the seed. After paying such a huge price, they still couldn't kill the Celestial Arch. He was indignant. The human race was indignant. Fang Ping. Fang Ping cried. At this moment, he was no longer the Devil King. He could not bear to. He really could not bear to. King Wu represented the human race, the hope of the human race, and the hundreds of thousands of dead experts. At this moment, he wanted to merge with the source of Tao. Fang Ping did not want to. Even if he knew that this was not right and that he should not drag things out, he really did not want to. Fang Ping. Another roar rang out. Fang Ping cried. His brain nucleus slowly appeared, opening a door and looking at Zhang Tao. At this moment, he really looked like a child. Tears blurred his vision. Fang Ping looked at him. Old Zhang, I'm scared. I'm scared that I'll become the next Celestial Emperor. Without you here, I'm scared. I'm only 21 years old. Damn you! King Wu angrily cursed. You're still pretending to be 13 at a time like this. Fang Ping grinned, unable to stop the tears from rolling down his cheeks. I'm really afraid. If you don't supervise me, I'm afraid. I'll really become a demon. Don't worry. Zhang Tao stepped forward and hugged Fang Ping. Then he gently rubbed Fang Ping's head and laughed. Don't be afraid. What are you afraid of? You are Fang Ping, a sovereign personage. You are the only hope of the human race. You are the human king that the human race has sacrificed countless lives to create. I once said that our Tao originated from the human race. When you are no longer a human, your Tao will collapse. You brat, don't even think of becoming a monster. Be good, I'm not afraid anymore. Old Zhang patted Fang Ping's head, his eyes revealing a hint of regret. Yes, he was afraid. He was only 21 years old. They had been fighting for more than 3 years. Killing, fighting, scheming. He was not afraid of anything. Because there were people behind him, a lot of people. But now so many people had died. War King had died. Jiang Hao had died. Li Zhen had died. Nan Yunhua had died. Qin Yaozu had died. Too many people had died. In MCMAU, not even 1 in 10 would survive. Li Chongqing had left. He, Zhang Tao, one of Fang Ping's guides, was also leaving today. leaving this child behind. After killing the heavenly emperor, how could he not be afraid? They should be afraid. Loneliness, loneliness, sorrow, living was really painful. Patting Fong Ping's head, old Zhang was all smiles. Kid, work hard. Don't be afraid. Grandpa is watching you. On the other side, Heavenly King Jin sighed helplessly. Look at the time, you brat! She even took advantage of him. Old man, if you're still alive, please take care of me. Lao Wang looked at him and smiled. He's too young. He's so young that I don't feel at ease leaving just like this. However, I'm really going to leave. If you're not dead, take care of him. He's a little rascal. He doesn't sound like a coward, but he's extremely cowardly in his heart. He can't wait to kill the heavenly emperor if he doesn't die. How is that possible? He can't wait to call me grandpa every day behind my back. When we meet, he has to oppose me. This is a lack of love. He's afraid that I won't pay attention to him. This little bastard is too childish. I really don't feel at ease with him. He was really worried. He was too young. Following his conquest of the 3 realms, killing countless people. How many years had he not slept? Was it because he did not dare to sleep? Was it because he was afraid of nightmares? There was no one to enlighten him, and there was no time to enlighten him. Even soldiers had post-war syndromes, let alone Fong Ping, the 3 realms executioner. He was worried, too worried. He was worried that after this battle, if Fong Ping did not die, he would turn bad. He was worried that tens of thousands of years later, the 3 realms would rise again to kill Fong Ping. He was a hero, a great hero of the 3 realms. However, Zhang Tao was afraid. With tears in his eyes, he looked at Heavenly King Zhen. He looked at him. If you don't die, remember to take care of him. He was very fragile. Heavenly King Zhen also had tears in his eyes and nodded. He would. Today, most of his old brothers were gone. Most of the descendants of the Li clan were gone. Loneliness was with him. Could he really live? Looking at Celestial Emperor over there, Heavenly King Jin felt bitter. Could Fong Ping, who had merged with Zhang Tao, kill Celestial Emperor? He did not know. Hopefully he could. The 3 emperors united, but they could only trap Celestial Emperor. He was not sure if Fong Ping could kill Celestial Emperor. Kid, I'm leaving. Zhang Tao patted Fong Ping's head. His hand hurt a little. He laughed dryly and said helplessly, Your grandfather, it's hard to beat you up. I'm leaving. There was reluctance, too much reluctance. There was uneasiness, too much uneasiness. Looking at the 3 realms below, Zhang Tao laughed and said softly, If there's an afterlife, I'll marry you again, this lifetime, not anymore. I'm a King Wu, born for martial arts, for the human race. Love was too extravagant. Last year, in this sect, peach blossoms reflected each other. Old Zhang shook his head, reciting a poem with a smile. I won't see you guys anymore. I'm very sorry. I'm also very sorry. I won't see the end of this golden age. I only hope that this golden age can last forever. I'm sorry I've become a coward. I've passed all the responsibilities and problems to Fong Ping. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. As he recited, tears streamed down Zhang Tao's cheeks. I'm sorry, everyone. I've let down your trust. I've let down Fong Ping. This heavy burden I'll pass on to you. I want to fight with you to the end, but I can't, and don't want to. Farewell, human race. Farewell, 3 realms. In the source, Zhang Tao burned himself, for fat babies surrounded him. Zhang Tao teased these fat babies, looking at the world below, looking at those shadows, laughing. Brothers, I'm coming. Below, a shadow soared into the sky and walked into Zhang Tao's body. Zhang Tao sensed it and scolded with a smile. Inhumane! This bastard, torturing me every day. I was worried about you for nothing. Outside the source, Fong Ping cried. From now on, I'll beat you up every day. Nonsense. Zhang Tao scolded with a smile. Be a good person. Don't learn from Celestial Emperor. That guy is crazy. I don't know what to do about the seeds. There's nothing I can do. Do as you see fit. Even if Sun God is still alive, he probably has no interest in dominating the three realms. But you have to be careful of him. People change. If you can kill him, then kill him. Don't worry about that old devil Heavenly King. If he dares to say that he won't die, I'll strangle him to death even if I become a ghost. There are still people alive in MCMAU. Kill Celestial Emperor. Find your sister and the rest. Retire if you want to. This heavy burden is passed on to you alone. I'm exhausted for you. Kid, Fong Ping's tears fell. What? Tell me. Zhang Tao's smile brightened. That world you came from, isn't it beautiful? Is it nice? Fong Ping nodded. It's beautiful, it's nice. But it's not as nice as this place. There's no old man more handsome than you. There's no human race leader better than you. You are the most powerful in the three realms. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tao laughed. He laughed contentedly. Did you hear that? I'm the most handsome, the most powerful. Fong Ping said it. This little bastard praised me today. Rumble. The source expanded, changed, and became bigger and bigger. Old Zhang's silhouette gradually dissipated. Beside him, Old Wang and the rest supported Fong Ping. Fong Ping shrugged off their support. His tears evaporated. I'm not crying. I'm not sad at all. The source was becoming more and more stable. Fong Ping was becoming more and more powerful. He was not in the mood to look at these. He was not in the mood to care about these things. Fong Ping turned his head and did not look at old Zhang's disappearing silhouette. He looked at Celestial Emperor. In his eyes, there was boundless hatred. He rarely hated someone so much. Today he really hated. Too many people had died. Those adorable people, those respectable people. Zhang Tao had transformed. This time, he had really touched Fong Ping's heart. He was a teacher, a father, and a friend. His journey had been bumpy. There were times when he took the wrong path. There were times when he hesitated. There were times when he became a demon. It was him who guided him step by step until he reached where he was today. I didn't become a demon only because these adorable people, respectable people were protecting me, loving me and protecting me. Without them, I would definitely become a demon. Today Zhang Tao died. Fong Ping no longer cried. Zhang Tao once said that Fong Ping's journey had been too smooth. There were no setbacks. Today he encountered the biggest setback in his life. This setback came from Zhang Tao, dead. At this moment, the three realms mourned together. Mournful cries rang through heaven and earth. King Wu died. On earth, sorrow spread. King Wu died. Since the creation of the world, the strongest human emperor, the best human emperor, the most adorable human emperor, was dead. King Wu, who had created this prosperous era, was dead. In the mortal world, at this moment, countless people soared into the sky. Countless people roared. King Wu is immortal. Congratulations to the human race. King Wu would not die. Even if he died, the human race would never forget him, because everything about him was deeply imprinted in the hearts, minds, and spirits of the human race. May everyone in the human race be a dragon. May everyone in the human race be an emperor. This was King Wu. In his life, he had been fighting for this goal. He worked hard for this goal. He was about to succeed. Unfortunately, he would not be able to see it. Congratulations to King Wu. The roars rang through heaven and earth again. To King Wu! To King Wu! To King Wu! Countless people stood up and looked up at the sky. With tears in their eyes, they sent King Wu on his way. May he live an easier and more comfortable life in the next world. He was too tired. Origin. The Origin trembled violently. Celestial Emperor suddenly laughed. I don't understand neo-martial arts. I don't understand you. But you want to kill me. Dream on. He did not understand the human race. Therefore he lost. However, it was only the immortal source that lost. It was only the Origin, not him. He did not lose everything. Could he kill him just like that? Dream on. Fong Ping, It's impossible for the human race to kill me. These 3 pieces of trash think they can kill me like this. It's impossible. At this moment, Celestial Emperor returned to normal. His body was eroded by the blood mist, cut by the cracks and riddled with scars, but he was still smiling happily. That's good too. Everything starts from the beginning. It's good. Celestial Emperor moved step by step, walking toward Fangping. Suddenly he looked at a person. No, he looked at a big cat that was still crying. I still have a chance of winning. Celestial Emperor smiled brightly. I still have a chance of winning. Cat, this blood mist, this crack, it's all the filth of the 3 realms, the filth of the origin. You can devour it. Come, devour everything. I'll kill Fangping. At this moment, Fangping did not move, because he was metamorphosing. Another metamorphosis. The metamorphosis of the origin. The metamorphosis of the jade bones. He was strengthening himself, consolidating the origin. However, at this moment, Fangping suddenly vomited blood, walking toward Celestial Emperor step by step. He would not watch Celestial Emperor kill his family and his friends again. This cat was pitiful enough. He would not watch Celestial Emperor deal with cat anymore. You haven't stabilized the origin, haven't completed the metamorphosis, and you want to fight me? Celestial Emperor laughed. You're courting death. Do you think you can save Ash Cat? I created it, I raised it. Cat, come. Celestial Emperor beckoned. At this moment, he was imprisoned by the blood mist and cracks, his injuries getting worse. This was disadvantageous for him when he fought Fangping. In the origin, there were more and more cracks. His immortal source was broken, and he had no way to replenish it. However, he still had hope. Cat. This was the origin's trash can, after all. All of the trash could be dumped into the Ash Cat's body. Although there was too much this time and the cat might explode, it only needed a moment to kill Fangping before his transformation was complete. As for the future, he would think about it later. Meow. Cat meowed mournfully, extending its sharp claws at him. This is useless. Celestial Emperor laughed. You're raised by me. If I can't control you, then I'm really useless. Come. At this moment, numerous patterns appeared on the body of the cat. Like ropes, they bound the cat and dragged it toward him step by step. Woof! A dog bark sounded, and Heavenly Hound bit at Celestial Emperor. Celestial Emperor sneered. You useless thing, I raised you for nothing. Even if he was imprisoned, he was not a match for Heavenly Hound. A punch blasted out. Boom! Heavenly Hound's flesh exploded. Heavenly King subduing, and the others quickly rushed over to stop it. Cat could swallow the blood mist, swallow the cracks, and let Celestial Emperor get rid of his control. As for Fangping, at this time, the origin was still expanding and strengthening himself. He might not be able to complete it in a short time. Everyone saw the danger. They could not let Celestial Emperor get rid of the imprisonment created by the 3 powerhouses. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. One powerhouse after another, disregarding their own safety, charged toward Celestial Emperor. Fangping also walked over there step by step, blood flowing from his mouth, toward Celestial Emperor, toward Cat. Cat's fur stood on end, its claws scratching the void, dragging out a trail of fire. Its claws broke and blood flowed. But Cat knew that it could not get close to Celestial Emperor. Otherwise, it would absorb those things and let this bad guy get out of trouble. Meow. Cat screamed mournfully, all the hair on its body falling off from the rope. Its fat body was bound by the rope until flesh and blood splattered everywhere. But Cat clawed at the void, unwilling to take a step forward even if its claws were broken. Celestial Emperor bombarded everyone, his face full of smiles. Cat, it's better if you come over yourself and suffer less. I didn't want to be so violent, but you have to cooperate with me. Boom! Dragon Transformation's flesh was destroyed by his punch. Celestial Hound's broken body attacked again, but Celestial Emperor punched again and destroyed Celestial Hound. Heavenly King Jin punched again and again, but it was blocked by the blood mist. Instead, he had some misgivings and was constantly beaten back by Celestial Emperor. Imprison me? Seal me? Celestial Emperor smiled brightly. Celestial Emperor and the others were too naive. If I died so easily, the three realms would have changed a long time ago. Sun God had killed me many years ago. Cat, Master. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Cat. Tian Chen. Yes, Tian Chen. At this moment, the origin was broken and Tian Chen walked in. Everyone noticed him, but no one stopped him. Tian Chen's current strength was not very strong. Tian Chen looked at Celestial Emperor, looked at his sinister smile, and was a little sad. Master, let Cat go. Master, the three realms has changed. It is no longer the ancient three realms. Master, Celestial Emperor said lightly. You want to betray me too? Fine, betray me then. Ling, that bitch. I trusted her for 30,000 years. She actually betrayed me. I am not surprised that you betrayed me. Master, you want to stop me? Celestial Emperor laughed. You are very weak. It is not a big deal for you to stop me. Master, this imprisonment was set up by you, but I raised Cat for 10,000 years. Tian Chen sighed softly. Master, I raised it for 10,000 years. I know about the existence of the imprisonment, Master. Celestial Emperor's face suddenly became gloomy. Yes, Tian Chen raised Cat for 10,000 years. He might have discovered something. So Tian Chen looked at Celestial Emperor and sighed. I don't want to betray Master. But Cat, it stands aloof from the world. Master, why must? Celestial Emperor said coldly. It is not a living being. It is just the accumulation of filth from the source. Now there is more filth, of course. It must be devoured. Do you think Master is not as important as this Cat? Master, Tianqin sighed and no longer looked at Celestial Emperor. He knew that he could not convince Cat. Tianqin looked at the old Cat's bloodshot eyes and the wounds all over its body. He stroked the old Cat gently and comforted it. Old Cat, don't be angry. Everyone in the three realms likes you very much. Master has been possessed. Spirit Emperor likes you. Martial King likes you. Human King likes you. Yang Deity likes you. I like you too. Tianqin smiled and gently stroked Cat. In his hand, blood gushed out, and the ropes broke one by one. Tianqin chuckled. Don't be sad, Human King is still here. In the future, Human King will take good care of you, give you delicious food, sleep in every day. Chief Steward, I will help you remove the imprisonment, don't blame me. Meow? Cat seemed to sober up a little, looking at Tianqin with red eyes. Suddenly, tears fell again, unable to extricate itself from the sadness, meowing sorrowfully. Captain, where are you going? Tianqin stroked Cat's head and smiled. I have studied this imprisonment for many years. Master and I are of the same origin. Only Master and I can remove it. But I am not as strong as Master, so this is all I can do. Cat, don't be sad, this is my atonement. Back then, maybe I shouldn't have raised you. Shouldn't have brought you back to the three realms, Tianqin sighed. Maybe it is better for you to continue living in the source, without wisdom, without feelings. Back then, Master wanted to leave you in the source land. I saw that you transformed into a cat, very cute, so I persuaded Master to bring you back to the three realms. You have wisdom, you have friends, you have family, and you have feelings for others. It is my fault. Tianqin felt that he had done wrong. He should not have persuaded Celestial Emperor to bring Cat back to the three realms, letting this cat have feelings and sadness. As he spoke and laughed, Tianqin stroked Cat again and again, the ropes on its body breaking one by one. Tianqin's figure became a little illusory, turning his head to look at Fang Ping, whose aura was getting stronger and stronger, smiling. Human King, can I ask you for a favor? Fang Ping looked at him, not waiting for him to speak, saying in a low voice, Sure. No, I want to say it. I want everyone to hear it. I want Human King to really not do it. Tianqin said bitterly, Cat absorbs the filth of the source land. If it dies, the source land will be in chaos. But I still hope that Human King will not kill it. It is just a cat. Human King can kill Celestial Emperor. There is no need to use this cat as a sacrifice. Also, the source land of Human King will have flaws sooner or later. You can let cat absorb the filth. But I hope Human King will not be like today's Celestial Emperor, become the next person to slaughter the cat. Fong Ping said lightly, I won't. Remember, I am Human King. I said I won't. And this cat, it is my friend. Friend. He knew that if cat died, the source land would be in chaos. But he had never thought of killing the cat. Tianqin laughed. I believe Human King. I really think of it as a friend. It is very simple. It only knows how to trust everyone. This stupid cat is too stupid. So stupid that it believes everyone. Meow. There was a hint of coquettishness in its sadness. Cat's bloody claws scratched Tianqin. It was not stupid. Tianqin laughed heartily and stroked Song Mao. Live well. Remember, live well. Song Mao. I'll take my leave first. Without looking at Celestial Emperor, Tianqin disappeared. Meow, Cat cried again. At this moment, Fong Ping walked to Cat, gently lifted the cat, put it on his shoulder, and said with a smile, Don't cry, help me absorb some of the filth. I will kill Celestial Emperor. Avenge you, avenge the 3 realms. Fong Ping turned his head to look at Celestial Emperor. Celestial Emperor also looked at Fong Ping after sending suppressing Heavenly King flying with a punch. At this moment, Celestial Emperor was surrounded by a bloody mist, like a demon, his eyes blood-red, looking at Fong Ping with a ferocious expression. Fong Ping, I told you, you are very like me. Even if you kill me today, you are destined to become my substitute, the second Celestial Emperor. No, I won't be you. Fong Ping looked at him and said with a smile, I will not be Celestial Emperor, never, never. You don't understand, because 30,000 years ago you were no longer human. How can you understand human? Fong Ping walked toward Celestial Emperor step by step. Behind him, wherever he passed, heaven and earth collapsed, the source collapsed. Celestial Emperor laughed. You can't kill me, you can't kill me. Even without the seed, you can't kill me. My source, the source of all Taos. Do you know how many people have cultivated the Tao of origin? If I die, the source will collapse. They will all die. Wang Jinyang and the others behind you. Everyone around you. Zhen, Heavenly Dog, Dragon Transformation. They will all die. Even if they get rid of the source, it is useless. They're too strong. So strong that if the source collapses, there will be no Tao of origin between heaven and earth. Their Taos will collapse. They will die. True Tao or false Tao, they're still the source. If the source is destroyed, they will all die. Fong Ping, do you still want to kill me? Fong Ping looked at him, not saying a word. Celestial Emperor laughed and said, You don't dare! You can't either. Fong Ping, a long time ago, I thought that there might be such a day sooner or later, so I am afraid of death. So I don't want to die. You can't kill me. Kill me. Everyone will be finished together. In this 3 realms. Even if you survive in the end, what can you do? Is this what you want to see? Is this what King Wu wants to see? You don't want to. King Wu doesn't want to either. Celestial Emperor laughed. I won't die. Even if I am suppressed, I won't die. Fong Ping won't dare to kill me. At this moment, Heavenly King Jin and the others all erupted their vitality. Heavenly King Jin looked at Fong Ping and said with a smile, After sacrificing so much, how can we let this bastard live? Fong Ping, kill him. Kill him. Everyone roared. Everyone in the 3 realms was roaring. Kill him. Even if the 3 realms were to be destroyed, they had to kill this bastard. Kill this bastard. If Celestial Emperor did not die, how could they explain it to those heroic spirits? Celestial Emperor laughed and said, No, Fong Ping won't kill me, right? You can suppress me for thousands of years. I know that you are very strong now. I am not your match. My source land is broken. I am imprisoned by those 3 bastards. You can kill me, but you won't do that, will you? You won't. Celestial Emperor laughed. Kill me. How many people in the three realms have cultivated the origin Tao? Even if many died today, what about the others? They will all die. Fang Ping can't protect them. At this moment, Fang Ping's eyes were red. He wanted to kill Celestial Emperor, but Fang Ping's hands were trembling. He wanted to kill Celestial Emperor, but what about those people? But what about the rest of them? He was not willing to just suppress Celestial Emperor. Fang Ping threw a punch. With a rumble, Celestial Emperor was directly punched through by Fang Ping. But Celestial Emperor still laughed crazily. You can't kill me. If you kill me, they will all die. Ha ha ha. Fang Ping, I want the three realms to die with me. Celestial Emperor laughed out loud, laughing crazily. I lost, but I will not die. Just as Fang Ping was going crazy, someone suddenly jumped out, laughing loudly. The protagonist is here. Fang Ping was stunned. On the other side, Qin Fengqing, who had been doing nothing, suddenly jumped out, laughing loudly. Mother asterisk her, I said that I am the protagonist, but no one believed me. Now, do you believe me? Fang Ping. Killing him is very difficult, right? It's okay, I have a way. Qin Fengqing laughed wildly. I am not someone to be trifled with. Qin Fengqing, the most awesome guy in the human race. I have surrendered to the seeds. Being a grandson for so long is not a joke. Qin Fengqing laughed loudly, laughing, and said embarrassedly, Of course, you are the executioner. I am the strategist. Didn't Celestial Emperor use the three realms to threaten you? How simple. Use your source land. Devour the three realms. Qin Fengqing quickly recovered his smile. Listen carefully, it is the three realms, not the source land. Devour the three realms directly, then it is okay to kill him. Your source land can replace his source land, and after devouring the three realms. As Qin Fengqing said that, he suddenly began to lose control of his strength. His flesh was collapsing. But he did not care, scolding, Idiot seeds! Forcing me to be a grandson. I am more like its father. Why don't you see if I don't give enough benefits? Will I be a grandson? Do you think I will just accept being an emperor breaker? Bullsh asterisk T. Who are you trying to fool with this little benefit? Qin Fengqing chuckled and said, Fang Ping, I'm awesome. I've served seed so well that I almost washed its butt. It trusts me very much. Of course, your Grandpa Qin is still smart. I can fool people. Not to mention, after learning from you for a few years, I am still an expert at fooling people. That idiot seeds is not even a human. It is easy to fool it. You devoured the three realms. Your source land can't support it. It lacks an energy source. You have to turn the seeds into a perpetual motion machine. Don't be afraid, it's fine. Just do it. Qin Fengqing laughed and said, That idiot seeds has intelligence. It is hard to destroy intelligence. But I have been in contact with it for a period of time. Fooled it a few times, guessing. You can test it yourself. My guess, once it is isolated, it will also lose its intelligence. What do you mean, isolated? Didn't it create its own inner world? Didn't you say you came from there? Think about it, isn't it similar to here? And the projection of your source land, isn't it similar to here too? Qin Fengqing laughed and said, I am afraid the seeds need to maintain a world to maintain the existence of intelligence. Actually, even if the human race is really destroyed, I guess the seeds might not necessarily become a dead thing. This fellow is the most sinister in the three realms. It deliberately made everyone think that if the three realms are destroyed, it will be finished. In reality, it is definitely not. You devour the three realms first. You can enter the inside of the seeds, then devour the world inside. Let heaven and earth truly become one. Only after devouring them all, the three realms will truly become one. At that time, this fellow might not have intelligence anymore, maybe not necessarily. You might have to die first. Qin Fengqing's strength exploded his flesh. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Yet he looked disgusted. This idiot, does he really think that he can do whatever he wants just because he is strong? He is the same as you, Fong Ping, all brawn and no brains. He doesn't know how to use his brain. He can't kill me immediately. Really, what an idiot. He has intelligence, but his IQ is not enough. A seed is a seed. Does he really think of himself as a human? Qin Fengqing scolded for a while, then said, Anyway, you can try it. Devour the 3 realms first. The seeds are not in the 3 realms now. After devouring the 3 realms, slaying the Celestial Emperor, then looking for the seeds, enter its interior, devour that world, and truly merge the 3 realms. As for how to deal with the seeds in the end, I don't know. No, you can try to self-destruct. If you die, so be it. I guess you don't have to self-destruct. You can try hiding in your brain. Let the cat go, and devour the seeds. Cats are not considered creatures of the 3 realms. You did not raise this cat for nothing. Take good care of it. Fong Ping, your grandpa Qin, did not become a human for nothing. Ha ha ha. Qin Fengqing laughed crazily. I am the real protagonist. It's a pity. Fong Ping, this bastard, took my life as the protagonist. Mother****. There's no justice in this world. Accompanied by this wild and boundless laughter, Qin Fengqing flew madly toward the depths of the universe. Seed, come, call me Daddy. Daddy is not dead yet. Aren't you awesome? Ha ha ha. Boom. Heaven and earth shook once again. Qin Fengqing, the human race's invincible powerhouse, died. Tears could no longer flow. Fong Ping looked at the Celestial Emperor and laughed. P.S. Tomorrow is the last day. I will finish tomorrow. I can't write any more today. Chapter 1484. At this moment, the Heavenly Emperor was feeling a little uneasy. Qin Fengqing was dead. He didn't attack anyone. He was killed by the power controlled by the seed. But before he died, he revealed some of his guesses. Yes, it was just a guess, he wasn't sure. However, this was merely a guess, yet it had caused the seed to kill him. From this, it could be seen that this guess was not groundless. Fong Ping, Celestial Emperor, was shrouded in a bloody mist. He looked at Fong Ping and said angrily, You believe him? If you devour the 3 realms, the 3 realms will be completely destroyed. Do you know that doing this will harm everyone? At that time, you will be the one who will destroy the 3 realms. The Celestial Darch roared angrily. Qin Fengqing is just guessing. Do you dare to believe it? Fong Ping smiled brightly. I believe in him. He believed in Qin Fengqing. This fellow was unruly, arrogant, savage, and shameless, but he had a bottom line. He was also a human. He had risked his life for this information. Fong Ping trusted him. Fong Ping was laughing so hard that tears were flowing out. I believe him, even if he guessed wrongly. Then today, I, Fong Ping, will be the one to destroy the world. Let all living beings in the 3 realms follow me. Celestial Darch, I'll send you off. Boom! Fong Ping's speed was boundless. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Celestial Emperor and blasted a punch. Celestial Emperor turned around to block, but his speed was much slower. The God Emperor and the other 2's confinement was not for nothing. The 3 powerhouses used their lives to imprison the Celestial Darch for a moment, and the Celestial Thearcha's combat strength was greatly reduced. The Divine Emperor said that he would blow your head off. You won't die so easily, right? Boom! Celestial Emperor roared and retreated hastily, but half of his head was blown up by Fong Ping. How I wish I could slice you into 1,000 pieces. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that you won't die quickly enough, and the living beings of the 3 dimensions won't be able to rest in peace. Boom! Punch after punch. The Celestial Darch roared and roared as he fought back. Fong Ping, don't force me. The Sky Darch roared. If I die, the origin will collapse and all life in the 3 realms will die. Fong Ping's expression was as cold as frost. He threw another punch, and Celestial Emperor's head exploded again. You're willing to self-destruct? Fong Ping was like a devil, tempting him. If Qin Fengqin guessed wrongly, and I devoured the 3 realms, I might explode. When that time comes, you can still live on and become the only overlord. If you self-detonate now, you'll lose everything, including your life. Heavenly Emperor, are you willing to do that? Why don't we bet on whether what Qin Fengqin said is true or not? Fang Ping smiled sinisterly. Aren't you going to take a gamble? If you win, the 3 realms will be yours. Fang Ping grinned. Celestial Emperor, why don't we have a bet? The celestial thearch's face darkened. Take a gamble? He did not dare to gamble. What Qin Fengqin said might very well be true, and he had actually considered the plan of invading the 3 realms. But because the flaw in the source had not been resolved, he had given up on it. Gamble? How to bet? He could very well die. At the thought of death, the celestial Darch felt some fear. He was afraid of death, not afraid of death. 30,000 years ago, he would not have cooperated with the seed and chose to kill all the experts in the 3 realms. Fang Ping, don't force me. The celestial Darch roared again. If I detonate the origin land, they will all die. Are you going to watch them die? Rumble. The celestial thearch's vitality surged, and he kept fighting with Fang Ping. His physical body began to collapse. He was not Fang Ping. At this moment, Fang Ping might have reached another boundary. This was the boundary he had been looking forward to. The boundary after the recovery of the source, perfection and perfection. At this time, even if he was at his peak, he might not be able to match Fang Ping. Not to mention now, the current him was even more unable to match Fang Ping, Dong Huang, and the other 2 powerhouses. The confinement that they cast with their lives was so powerful. Fang Ping, kill him. Heavenly King Jin growled. Kill the celestial Darch. Self-destruct? Would the celestial Darch dare? Even if he dared, he would use their deaths today to exchange for the celestial thearch's death. It was worth it. Kill him. Old Wang and the other 2 roared. Kill him. The seriously injured Tengu and dragon form roared. Kill him. All beings in the 3 realms shouted angrily and roared, shaking the 3 realms. Kill the celestial Darch. Because of him, the 3 realms had been in turmoil for 30,000 years, and how many people had died? The myriad Tao's struggle, the heavenly realms' upheaval, and the current battle of the 3 realms. Too many people had died in the 3 realms in the past 30,000 years. All of this was because of the celestial Darch and the seed. The origin Tao was originally a good thing, but in the end it had become their blade. Countless souls had died under the blade. If they did not kill the celestial Darch today, who would be satisfied? Fang Ping was an executioner, and the celestial Darch was even more so. At this moment, Fang Ping's brain nucleus flew out, becoming bigger, bigger, and bigger, so big that it was boundless. Soon, it surpassed the first source. Soon, it covered the sky and the sun, like a bright sun, illuminating the 3 realms. The brain nucleus was still expanding, still covering the 3 realms. Fang Ping wanted to devour the 3 realms. Celestial Darch suddenly roared, "You can't. The source is flawed, the 3 realms is flawed, and misery is the flaw. If you do this, your source will collapse sooner or later." Fang Ping devoured the 3 realms. That meant that he had even devoured the 3 realms' flaws. He would be the same. At this moment, on Fang Ping's body, a cat meowed happily. Meow. It was full of joy. The fat cat, whose body was covered in scars, was extremely happy at this moment. It swayed its bald tail and suddenly flew away. Meow. The cat flew higher and higher, getting bigger and bigger. There was a hint of joy in its voice. "Liar, remember to catch the seed and let me out." "Cat." Celestial Darch roared, roaring. "Will he let you out? You stupid cat. You actually took the initiative to help him suppress the source. You are a creature born in this emperor's source, not his." Celestial Darch was furious. This cat actually chose to take the initiative to help Fang Ping suppress the source, suppress the 3 realms. This was impossible. It should not be. The gray cat was a creature born in its source land, not Fangping's. Now, the gray cat had actually chosen to help Fangping suppress the source land. It understood that if Fangping did not let it out, it would suppress the source land forever, turning it into a place where the source land's filth gathered. Was this cat crazy? I'm willing. The cat wagged its tail. At this moment, it had also become boundless. The cat's tear-stained face revealed a smile, beaming with joy. I want to help him suppress the source. I won't help you. I'll piss you off, piss you off. It hated Celestial Darch. He killed Big Fatty, killed the chief, killed many, many people, many of whom it liked. It was so angry. It was so angry. It even wanted to self-destruct and blow up the Black Swamp, destroy the source, and let Celestial Darch die immediately. But the liar was still alive. It was waiting for the liar to avenge it. Sure enough, the liar was the most powerful and omnipotent. He was really going to win. However, to devour the 3 realms, he would also have to devour the filth. These things would attack Fangping and Fangping's source. Devouring the 3 realms was a risky move. Once it was attacked, it might cause Fangping's source to collapse. Hence, the cat made a decision. It wanted to help the liar suppress the source and become a real trashcan cat. Fangping looked at the cat that was getting bigger and bigger. He laughed and said loudly, "Go suppress for a while and sleep. Once you wake up, you can eat the seed." Meow. I'm eating the seed. The cat was in a good mood. Eating the seed was blissful. It believed Fangping. It really believed it. In the past, it said that it wanted to eat Emperor Fish meat. Although it did not eat it, it ate Emperor Dragon meat. In the past, it said that it wanted to drink Emperor beverages. The Dao tree was also considered Emperor beverages. The liar said that it would eat delicious food and drink delicious drinks in the future. Now it wanted to eat silkworm babies. It believed that the liar could do it. Hence, the cat did not hesitate at all, happily flying toward the gigantic brain nucleus. It was going to suppress the origin land and sleep. When it woke up, it would come to eat the seeds. Celestial Thearka's expression changed drastically. At this moment, there was no more hesitation. With a sudden roar, the first origin rumbled and began to move, flying toward Fangping's brain nucleus. He did not believe that the newly established second source would be more stable than his first source. He wanted to fight back. He was not willing to be devoured just like that. He was also not willing to self-destruct just like that. He was not willing. Rumble. The gigantic source flew toward the brain nucleus with a fiery glow, crashing into it. At this moment, a door suddenly opened in the brain nucleus. Or rather, it was not a door, but it was half opened, turning into a semicircle, and began to envelop the entire 3 realms. Fangping's voice also spread throughout the 3 realms. I believe, Qin Feng Qing, I believe that devouring the 3 realms is the only way to kill Celestial Emperor. I believe that everyone will survive, but this is only what I believe. I'm not sure if you will believe it. But today, I don't want to ask for your opinions. I want to be selfish for once. I want to devour the 3 realms. If the 3 realms are destroyed, I, Fangping, will completely destroy the 3 realms after killing Celestial Emperor and the seed, including me. If I succeed, everyone can continue to live. Fangping's voice spread in all directions, shaking the surroundings. Today, I want to be a real Devil King. The Devil King that devoured the 3 realms. No one could guarantee that after devouring the 3 realms, these people could still survive and the 3 realms could still survive. But today, Fangping wanted to be selfish for once and gamble with the 3 realms. The human world. Everyone listened attentively. In the next moment, someone roared, "The human king is invincible. We would rather die standing than live kneeling. Kill this beast and avenge King Wu. Avenge all the heroes who died in battle." Today, although these weaklings could not participate in the great battle, everyone's heart was for the powerhouses. Hundreds of thousands of powerhouses died in battle. King Wu fell. Everyone was also devastated. At this moment, someone roared, "Kill him! Our fate is in our own hands. Whether we live or die, we decide it ourselves. Instead of being trapped by this beast, human king, kill him." Rather than letting Celestial Emperor control their fate, it was better to let Fang Ping gamble. Fang Ping was a human king. What was Celestial Emperor? He was a real devil. The human king is invincible. The human king is invincible. The human king is invincible. The roar shook heaven and earth, engulfing one city after another. Billions of people roared. Selfish? Was the human king selfish? No, they had all agreed. Today, they would take back their fate that was controlled by Celestial Emperor. They would decide whether they lived or died, devouring the three realms. Life and death depended on the human king and Qin Fengqing. In the Source Land, Fang Ping smiled. He did not care about the beginner martial artists, the people from the catacombs, or the demons. In his eyes, there were only humans in the three realms. Regardless of whether or not the entire human race had no objections, he had heard their voices. Fang Ping laughed heartily. This was neo-martial. This was the neo-martial that King Wu and the others had protected for decades. This was the deformed product that suppressing Heavenly King and the others had managed for thousands of years. Neo-martial. Yes, deformed. Neo-martial was deformed. Generations of management, generations of predecessors' hard work had caused neo-martial to become somewhat deformed. There was very little evil in human nature, so little that it was covered and suppressed by righteousness. There might be evil, but there was more good. There were external threats, but no internal worries. Working together, fighting the catacombs, fighting the emperors, fighting Celestial Emperor, fighting the three realms. Was this kind of neo-martial worth protecting? It was too worth it. I'm honored. Fang Ping laughed, his voice loud. I'm really honored. I was born in neo-martial. This cute era. It was simply too cute. He had been worried. He was worried that he would be discovered by others, that he would be skinned, that his system's secrets would be dug out, and that he would be used as a lab rat. However, a long time ago, his abnormality had actually been discovered by others. Teacher Lu Fengru was protecting him. His partner Wang Jinyang was protecting him. Teacher Li Chongsheng was protecting him. Very soon, MCMAU was protecting him. Then, the entire Sino nation was protecting him. King Wu was protecting him. So was suppressing Heavenly King. They knew that he was abnormal. They knew that he had a secret. They might be curious, they might be doubtful, they might be tempted. But in the end, they chose to protect Fang Ping. They did not expose him, and they did not think about the treasures that might make them stronger. They silently protected this secret that everyone knew. Everyone knew this secret. However, this secret was still a secret. No one dug it out, no one inquired about it. Maybe there were people who were tempted in the dark, but Fang Ping almost never met them. Maybe King Wu and the others had put in a lot of effort in the dark. Fang Ping did not ask, but he knew that there must have been. There must have been those who had designs on him, but in the end, they were quietly cleaned up by King Wu and the others. For a period of time, Old Man Li had been following him, disappearing a few times. Fang Ping had a guess. He did not ask, but he guessed that it might be to clean up those who had designs on him. Therefore, it was such an honor to be born in this era. Today, everyone was united, shouting King of Man. It made Fang Ping's blood boil. I love this era so much. I love this era so much. Without these people, where would there be King Wu and King of Man? Neo-martial humans are invincible. Fang Ping's laughter shook the heavens. Then, everyone, let's witness a new era together. Neo-martial, live forever. Rumble. The gigantic brain nucleus quickly began to engulf the entire three realms, including the three continents, including the boundless forbidden sea, including the stars in the sky, including Celestial Emperor's birthplace. Engulf the three realms. Celestial Emperor controlled the birthplace and crashed it toward the brain nucleus. Fong Ping did not care about this. He quickly moved forward, bombarding Celestial Emperor with punch after punch. This punch, King Wu. This punch, Warlord. This punch, Scholarly. Punch after punch. Celestial Emperor kept bleeding. Fong Ping kept bombarding him, again and again, smashing his flesh. Very soon, Celestial Emperor recovered. He ignored Fong Ping and continued to control the birthplace to crash. He did not want to self-destruct. He did not want to die. At this moment, Fong Ping had not finished conquering the 3 realms. He would not kill him. At this moment, he would not resign himself to fate and commit suicide. He felt that he still had a chance. Again and again, punch after punch, he blew up the Celestial Emperor again and again. The entire sky was dyed red. At this moment, the 3 realms was revealed in its entirety. This was an incomparably huge circular continent. It was surrounded by the sea. For the first time, Fong Ping saw the edge of the sea. It was darkness, boundless darkness, as if there was a thin membrane. The big bowl was turned upside down, forming the 3 realms. It was surrounded by seawater. In the center of the sea was the 3 continents that had merged into one. At this moment, the brain nucleus engulfed the 3 realms, and the sea began to be engulfed. In the brain nucleus, a cat, huge and boundless, opened its mouth and began to swallow the bitter sea. Meow, so much water. It tastes terrible. It's not as good as the Emperor beverage. Liar, I'm awake. I want to eat a lot of delicious food. Fong Ping smashed Celestial Emperor's head with a punch and laughed loudly. Good. I want 100. No, 1,000 trucks of cat food. Good. I want a gigantic cat palace. Good. I want a chef. Old Man Zhen is not dead yet. He wants to be my chef. Good. Fong Ping laughed loudly. Beside him, Heavenly King Zhen smiled bitterly. I want to be a chef? This cat was really inflated. However, this cat was indeed inflated now. It was so big that it was boundless. It wanted to swallow the entire bitter sea. One could imagine how big this cat was at this moment. Seeing that Fong Ping agreed readily, the gigantic cat's eyes, which were comparable to the size of the sun, blinked. Soon it said happily, I still want Old Man Yonggod to be the cat guardian captain. Fong Ping looked at the cat and smiled. Soon he nodded and said, Good. Ah, that works too. The cat was stunned. The liar did not lie to him, right? Old Man Yonggod, how powerful. Could he really be captured to be the cat guardian captain? Then you still want little chubby face to be a cat wife. I'll hammer you to death. Fong Ping's face darkened. The 3 realms were instantly covered in laughter. They were all laughing. The human world was laughing, the catacombs was laughing, and Chu Wu was also laughing. This cat was really crazy. It was boundlessly inflated. It actually wanted King Human's sister to be its cat wife. This cat was so inflated. The cat was embarrassed. It continued to open its mouth wide and swallow the bitter sea. Meanwhile, Fong Ping, at this moment, pinched Celestial Emperor's head and blasted it with another punch. Celestial Emperor did not utter a word and continued to recover. Fong Ping dared not kill him. He wanted to break through the second origin. Rumble. A loud bang. The first origin hit. The brain nucleus, trembling violently. However, in the next moment, the brain nucleus began to swallow the origin. Celestial Emperor's expression was ferocious. Swallow me? Impossible. The origin shook violently, shaking the brain nucleus to the point where it could not swallow at all. Not only that, Celestial Emperor roared ferociously. His origin also opened its mouth and covered the brain nucleus. He wanted to devour Fong Ping's brain nucleus. This was dangerous, but also an opportunity. As long as he succeeded, the harvest this time would be greater than he had expected. He would become the true master of the 3 realms. Rumble. The two major origins began to collide and began to swallow each other. Although Celestial Emperor was controlled by Fong Ping, his origin was indeed very stable. This was an origin that had been born for 30,000 years. How long had Fong Ping's origin been born? The two major origins devoured each other. For a moment, they were actually neck and neck. Fong Ping's expression was solemn. He was stronger than Celestial Emperor, but he did not dare to kill Celestial Emperor at this moment. If he did not kill Celestial Emperor, he could only swallow. If he failed, he would instead help Celestial Emperor. I can win, Fong Ping growled in his heart. He believed that he could win. He definitely could, because he was carrying too many expectations. Heavenly King Zhen looked for a while and understood a little. He smiled and said, "We are governed by the origin. We are strong. The origin is also strong, and it increases the strength of Celestial Emperor." Their combat strength actually relied on the Tao of the origin brought by the origin. Even if the Tao fruit had been transferred, the source of power was still the origin. This was also the reason why Celestial Emperor was so sure that Fong Ping would not dare to kill him. The heaven-suppressing Heavenly King looked at the two equally matched origins, laughed, and looked at Fong Ping. Fong Ping saw the heaven-suppressing Heavenly King's beaming face, frowned, and said, "Too many people have died today. I don't want people to die again at this last moment. I, Fong Ping, will not call anyone Godfather. If you want to self-destruct your Tao and perish together with this beast, Celestial Emperor, I won't agree. I can win." Fong Ping strangled Celestial Emperor. Celestial Emperor chuckled until tears were about to come out. He said ferociously, "You can win? I'll see how you win. If you want to kill me, if you want to swallow me, it won't be that easy." Heavenly King Zhen and the other powerhouses were the cornerstones of his origin. Now, these people provided a lot of help to his origin. If the stalemate continued, it would be hard to say who would be able to swallow who. Even if I lose these guys, don't think that it will be easy. Celestial Emperor's laughter was sharp. Heavenly King Zhen and the others were very strong. It was good that they were so strong. Instead, they helped him to support the origin. Heavenly King Zhen laughed and looked at Fong Ping. He's very confident. I like to break this guy's confidence. Kid, I don't want to die, and I don't have the intention to die. I just don't like him. I'll keep a wisp of mentality and try. If you win, learn from Spirit Emperor and find a way to resurrect me. As for power, I'll give it up. Heavenly King Zhen laughed. Powerful power can't bring you any help at this moment. It's only difficult. Then I'll give up this power. Let's try. As he said that, his power began to overflow. His Tao fruit appeared. After a while, Heavenly King Zhen suddenly laughed. I almost forgot an old fart. Celestial, if you don't want to be completely destroyed, come over obediently and give up your power with me. Maybe if Fong Ping is in a good mood, he can still resurrect you. In the three realms, a figure appeared. Emperor, she looked bitter and said helplessly, "What? I don't even have a sense of existence anymore. Why do you still think of me?" "Really? You guys fight, can I just watch the show?" This bastard Jin actually remembered him. He even wanted to force him to give up his power and leave a wisp of mentality. Who knew if this wisp of mentality could survive when the Tao fruit collapsed? Even if it could, would Fong Ping resurrect him? He was not Fong Ping's father. Unfortunately, he had no choice. Celestial Emperor had been blown up by Fong Ping countless times. If he did not give up his power, he would not even be able to keep a wisp of mentality. King Human, you must remember to resurrect me. Emperor, she looked sad. If you win, I, Celestial, will also make a great contribution. As he said that, he turned to look at Celestial Pole, who had a look of sympathy on his face. He slapped Celestial Pole until he was dizzy. You unfilial son, your father might die. You bastard, if you're still alive, remember to find King Human. I'm afraid he'll forget your father. If that happens, your father will be in trouble. Celestial Pole looked helpless and said bitterly, after devouring the 3 realms. Your son might die first. Let's talk about it when I'm alive. If I die, you're my father. If you die first, you'll also benefit. You'll live tens of thousands of years, longer than me. Emperor, she thought about it and felt that it made sense. He suddenly smiled. That's right, you bastard, you still can't outlive me. Celestial Pole secretly cursed. I'm a bastard, who are you? Grandpa Turtle? This old guy really had no brains. Celestial Emperor roared again. You idiots! You're all emperors. How can you live if you give up your power? Your mentality will definitely collapse. You'll definitely die. You might as well join forces with me. As long as we devour Fong Ping's origin, the 3 realms will be ours. These idiots, they actually believed Fong Ping. Emperor, she was an idiot. He did not even resist and was willing to give up his power. Was he an idiot? If he stood on his side and won, Emperor, she would also be stronger. Emperor, she glanced at Celestial Emperor and said speechlessly, Look at you. Do you look like you can win? I'd better take the initiative to disperse my power and try. Maybe I can still recover. If I follow you, I'm afraid I'll die even more miserably. After saying that, both of them began to disperse their power. On the other side, Old Wang and the other 2 also laughed. At this moment, a great path appeared. The 3 of them became one again. They extracted the power from Celestial Emperor's origin and transferred it to Fong Ping's origin. Celestial Emperor struggled violently. The origin trembled and the great path trembled. Cracks appeared one after another. Old Wang and the other 2 laughed happily. They finally had some use. They extracted Celestial Emperor's power and provided it to Fong Ping. In this way, Fong Ping became stronger and stronger, and Celestial Emperor became weaker and weaker. This was their use. The 3-headed, 6-armed freak, Ironhead's head popped out. He looked at Old Yao on the right and asked curiously, Old Yao, previously Celestial Extermination Emperor, said that we might meet again in the future. This is the last time. Say, now that Fong Ping is about to win, will we not be able to see each other anymore? Old Yao could not be bothered with him. Jinx, it might not be a good thing to see him. Old Wang also slapped Ironhead's head. It was best not to see him. At this time they were about to win. If they really met, it would not be a good thing. Ironhead was embarrassed. Why did you hit me? I was just repeating Celestial Extermination Emperor's words. I should have hit Old Yao. Rumble. As the 2 powerhouses dissipated their cultivation, the origin trembled again. Cracks appeared again. The brain nucleus began to rapidly devour the origin. Celestial Emperor's face showed despair. Having lost the support of 2 top powerhouses, his origin was finally no longer Fong Ping. I've lost, yes, he had lost. He finally realized that he had completely lost. How did he lose? Celestial Emperor was a little confused. He had too many trump cards. Powerful strength, the seed's passage, the immortal origin that was about to mature, the seed that trapped the sun god. How did he lose? He lost because Spirit Emperor betrayed him and cut off his life passage. He lost because King Wu and the others went crazy and cut off their paths one after another, destroying the immortal origin. He lost because Heavenly King Zhen and Emperor, she frantically dissipated their cultivation. He lost because Emperor God and the others would rather die than let him die. A thought slowly rose in Celestial Emperor's heart. All of this was actually the human heart. He had lost the human heart. It was not Fong Ping who won against him. It was the powerhouses from all over the 3 realms who joined forces against him and finally won against him. Celestial Emperor smiled sadly. The human heart? In the past, he also seemed to care about the human heart. However, when the tribe was destroyed and those who survived scolded him for leaving, he felt that the human heart was useless. Therefore, he did not care about the human heart. But in the end, he had lost to the human heart. How ridiculous! I've lost, Celestial Emperor murmured. Looking at the brain nucleus beginning to devour his origin, Celestial Emperor laughed. But I still can't accept it. I can't accept it. At this moment, the origin began to burst into light. Resplendent light. Celestial Emperor smiled at Fong Ping, who was pinching his neck, smiled and said, I can't accept it, and I can't accept it. Didn't I lose to you? Fong Ping, you don't think about it. He wanted to explode this origin. Make Fong Ping feel so much pain that he would rather die. He was not willing to fail just like this. Even if he failed, he wanted to fail with Fong Ping. The human heart. What was the human heart? He, Celestial Emperor, did not care. Fong Ping's face was gloomy as he looked at Celestial Emperor. Clearly, Celestial Emperor no longer had any illusions. He wanted to self-destruct. Fong Ping frantically unleashed his vitality, suppressing him, but he could not suppress the self-destruction of the origin. And at this moment, a domineering voice was heard. This emperor is the real Celestial Emperor. At this moment, a dog straightened its battered body and opened its mouth wide. This emperor has long wanted to taste the origin. Fong Ping, I'm the real protagonist. What King Wu, what Qin Feng Qing are nothing. Celestial Dog's mouth opened wide, incomparably huge. Devouring divine technique. Celestial Dog's eyes lit up. Let me try devouring this origin. I've had this idea since I was young, but I couldn't do it. Today I'll try. I'll devour this origin. Shove me into the dumb cat's cat world. Dumb cat. I'm coming for you. Ha ha ha. The dog's mouth opened infinitely, and a powerful devouring force came out, devouring heaven and earth. This was Celestial Dog. Celestial Emperor? I'm the real one. Celestial Dog roared. Who said this Celestial Emperor was real? Everyone was scolding Celestial Emperor. Why didn't they think that they were Celestial Emperor too? Today, the real Celestial Emperor devoured the fake Celestial Emperor. I'll let all of you know who's real and who's fake. Did they think that I, Celestial Dog, was a pushover? Rumble. The huge dog's mouth swallowed the burning origin into its mouth. Celestial Dog's flesh began to explode, but its head was still there, and the dog's mouth was still there. It swallowed these things as if they did not exist in its body. Rumble. A loud noise was heard. Celestial Emperor was suppressed by Fong Ping. He could only watch helplessly as this dog devoured his origin, devouring bit by bit. Very soon, a large piece of the origin was devoured. In the blink of an eye, the origin disappeared. In the air, there was only a dog's head. Celestial Dog's eyes lit up. With a contemptuous smile, it laughed and said, This emperor is the Celestial Emperor. Dumb cat, open your mouth. This emperor is coming for you. In the brain, the old cat opened its mouth wide. Under Celestial Emperor's furious gaze, Celestial Dog swallowed the origin. With a rumble, it crashed into the old cat's mouth, vanishing completely from this world. Fong Ping knew where it was. It had swallowed the origin and crashed into that black swamp. At this moment, in the black swamp, there was an additional dog head, but it kept exploding. At this moment, the black swamp had already enlarged infinitely, constantly devouring this dog head. The old cat also began to close its eyes, as if it was going to fall into a deep sleep. Fong Ping was no longer sad. He looked at Celestial Emperor. This time he really smiled. Celestial Emperor, too, smiled with some despair. In the end, he died at the hands of his own people. Spirit Emperor, Tianchen, the old cat, Celestial Dog, these people were considered his own people. Today, he did not lose to others, but to himself. Celestial Emperor, it's time for you to die. At this moment, the brain quickly devoured the entire 3 realms. Everyone in the 3 realms fell into darkness and fell into a deep sleep. The brain began to devour everything in a frenzy. As for Fong Ping, he no longer looked at all of this. Instead, he stared at Celestial Emperor. You deserve to die. Celestial Emperor was distressed. Very quickly he recovered his smile. I will only be defeated by myself. and will only die by my own hands. No, you must die by my hands. Fong Ping pinched his head, crushing it inch by inch. Under Celestial Emperor's somewhat angry gaze, punch after punch, punch after punch, Fong Ping patiently broke all of his bones, smashed all of his flesh. A ball of fire appeared in his hand, burning everything. Celestial Emperor, I'll send you off. Fong Ping bared his teeth. Celestial Emperor sighed. I hope after tens of thousands of years you won't regret it. Fong Ping was sure that he would be the next Celestial Emperor. Rumble. An earth-shattering roar sounded. The Three Realms was completely dark. At this moment, the Three Realms was also eerily quiet, enveloped by the brain, silently. Celestial Emperor had fallen. There was no earth-shattering movement. Fong Ping did not give him this chance because he was not worthy. Rumble. Although the loud roar resounded throughout the Three Realms, no one could hear it. Fong Ping looked silently at Celestial Emperor, who was completely burned, exhaling a long breath. I won. 9 Heavens, Divine Emperor. Chapter 1485. I won. However, Fong Ping was not happy at all. The Celestial Emperor was dead. The source of power was swallowed by the Heavenly Hound and suppressed within the body of the Ash Cat. The source being devoured also caused the Three Realms quintessence Tao to be in turmoil and chaos. At this moment, the warriors who cultivated the quintessence Tao all felt their great Tao being shaken. Their Sanjiao gates were shattered, and some died immediately while others fell unconscious. The few emperors were even more miserable. The bodies of the dragon transformation and the god creation envoy had collapsed. Although they were still alive, their eyes were filled with confusion. Fong Ping's origin was still engulfing the entire Three Realms. The Azure Cat had fallen into a deep sleep. Within the enormous source, a cat stood between heaven and earth like a fossil. Black energy pervaded the air around its body. It was sleeping. Suppress the origin ground. Willingly suppress the origin ground. In the end, the cat chose to help Fong Ping suppress the source. It believed in Fong Ping. He was so innocent. Although he called him a liar, he had entrusted his life to Fong Ping. Old Wang and the other two transformed into a great path that extended out from the cat's mouth, connecting to the Three Realms. This was perhaps an important reason why the Three Realms source martial artists had not gone extinct. The first source was still connected to the Three Realms. The cat only suppressed the source of the explosion, but it also cut off the connection between the source and the Three Realms. Now, that path had become a passageway of life, a passageway that connected the Three Realms. Before this, Fong Ping had not expected the three of them to do this. Old Wang and the other two turned into great Daos. Heavenly Hound was suppressing the source in the Black Swamp. Song Mao was suppressing all the filth in the Three Realms, and Heavenly King suppression and Emperor West's remaining mentality was now in Fong Ping's hands. He looked around and surveyed the land. Fong Ping laughed. He laughed a little maniacally. There was no one left. The ordinary people had fallen into a deep slumber, and so were the martial artists. It was as if the Three Realms had been isolated, as well as their life auras. Seed, he saw that all living beings in the Three Realms were gradually falling into a deep sleep, including the God Creation Envoy and the Dragon Transformation. Obviously, it wasn't just because of the Great Tao. The Seed's aura has been isolated. He isolated the Seed's aura, plunging the Three Realms into dead silence. He suddenly understood. The Seed will not become a perpetual motion machine. The Three Realms will forever remain dormant. Seed, the origin of life. Now, Fong Ping had devoured the Three Realms, but he did not devour the Seed. The Seed was still outside. Without the Seed, the origin of life in the Three Realms would disappear. Without the power of the Seed and the power of life, although Fong Ping was powerful, he could not provide them. Then the Three Realms would walk towards destruction sooner or later. At this moment, there were already some clues. The trees of the Three Realms were slowly withering. Some people also showed signs of their life force fading away. So clear. In the past, they couldn't sense it, but that was because the power of the seed was everywhere, overflowing and replenishing their life force. But now, with the seed isolated, the power of the seed no longer covering the three realms. All life in the three realms was on the verge of withering away. Fang Ping looked at the brain nucleus. When the brain nucleus had completely engulfed the three realms, Fang Ping kept the brain nucleus in his head. At this moment, Fang Ping was standing in the void. Endless void, endless darkness. Where are the seeds? The place he was in was a mass of chaos. It was impossible to distinguish east from west, north from south. Looking around, there was no sign of life, no signs of human habitation. Fang Ping looked around. There was not a single person beside him who was talking. The three realms appeared in his mind. As for the three realms, it had already fallen into deathly silence. The seeds were isolated. He should be happy. But where were the seeds? If he could not find the seeds, the three realms would be destroyed sooner or later. Sun God! Fang Ping roared. Where was he? This was not the outcome he wanted to see. The seeds did not appear. The sun god was gone. The celestial emperor was dead, and the three realms had been engulfed by him. But what should he do now? He wanted to ask someone. He wanted to ask Heavenly King Garrison. He wanted to ask Martial King. What should he do? Where should he go to find the seeds? I have no sense of direction. Fang Ping looked like he was crying and laughing at the same time. I have no sense of direction. In this indistinguishable world, endless darkness and deathly silence, where should I go to find the seeds? Where is he? Where is the seed? Fang Ping stepped on the dark void, moving forward, searching and exploring. Where was he? The endless darkness seemed to want to engulf him. Where was he? Where was the seed? Where did the sun god go? Where did the seed go? Say something. Fang Ping roared, but it was still so dark and deathly silent. As he walked and searched, Fang Ping did not know how much he had searched. The dark void was boundless and always silent. There were no signs of life, no human voices. Only Fang Ping's increasingly rapid breathing could be heard. Life was passing away. It was not Fang Ping, but the life of the three realms was passing away. Many people had aged in their sleep. If this continued, the three realms would completely wither. The cat was getting darker and darker. Darkness enveloped the cat. Where was the seed? Fang Ping screamed again and again. Where was the sun god? Where were they? Fang Ping did not know how far he had walked, how long he had walked. It was always darkness, and the darkness was also engulfing Fang Ping. Should he stop looking? Should he continue looking? What was there to look for? At his powerful realm, even if he did not look for the seed, his life force was also passing away, but his speed was very slow. He might still be able to live for 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or even forever. Forever? Fang Ping was slightly stunned. A life force was passing away very, very slowly. But there was no seed in his place of origin. Where was the source of his life force? Yes, I'm not from the three realms. I am actually also related to the seed, the inner world of the seed. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly woke up. Yes, the others in the three realms were isolated from the seed, but he was not. He was not a creature of the three realms. Even if he was still related to the seed now. The seed is related to me. I can find the seed. If I follow the direction of the life force replenishment, I can find the seed. At this moment, Fang Ping understood instantly. Fang Ping suddenly laughed softly. A large amount of life force surged into his brain core, into the three realms, and Fang Ping aged rapidly. In the three realms, with Fang Ping's life force replenishment, the old people gradually regained their youth. As a large amount of life force passed away, Fang Ping felt a faint trace of life force replenishment. Fang Ping was overjoyed. He had finally found it. He followed the source of this life force, breaking through layers of heaven and earth. He did not know how big this dark void was, or how far it was. He only knew that he alone had a world in his mind, a very large world. At this moment, Fong Ping was thinking in his heart, in this world, were there countless people like him, carrying a world, looking for figures in this endless darkness? Or rather, were there countless seeds that had created one world after another in this boundless darkness? His imagination ran wild, and he kept releasing life force. Fong Ping gradually aged. He forgot the passage of time. Following the direction of life force replenishment, he kept searching, breaking the void. After an unknown amount of time, Fong Ping's eyes lit up. At this moment, Fong Ping wanted to cry. He found it. He found the figure. He found the light. He saw the ray of light in the darkness, like a huge silkworm, lying between heaven and earth. He saw the seed. Bastard. Fong Ping cursed angrily. Bastard. The seed and the sun god actually ran so far away. These two bastards, were they crazy? How far away did they run from the three realms? In the darkness, the seed was wrapping the sun god. The sun god stood on the seed and saw Fong Ping running from afar. The sun god watched Fong Ping go crazy, watched Fong Ping break down, watched Fong Ping curse angrily, his face full of confusion. After a while, when Fong Ping was done cursing and angry, the sun god asked with a surprised expression, "Are you okay?" He looked at Fong Ping in surprise. "You bastard, why did you run around? You swallowed the three realms and I called for you. Motherf asterisk cur. You were clearly one world away, but you ran so fast that you disappeared in the blink of an eye. I've been waiting for you here for 10 whole years, and I even thought that you were lost. But you still managed to find me. You're amazing." It was quiet. Fong Ping was completely quiet. He looked at the sun god in a daze. The sun god also looked at him in a daze. "You're really good. I thought you found the direction, but you were burning your own life to find the direction of the seed to replenish your life. You're really awesome. You went in a big circle, but you didn't lose it in the chaotic world. You even found it. Whoever says you have no sense of direction is an idiot. You're really good. Even I don't dare to wander in the chaotic world. You, on the other hand, wandered in this world of endless darkness for 10 years. The key is, motherf asterisk cur, you're not lost. Who dares to say you have no sense of direction?" He really admired him. "Amazing, Fong Ping. You actually wandered in the chaotic universe for 10 years, and you're still not lost. If you're not amazing, who is?" At this moment, a human voice came from the seed, like a machine. "Fong Ping, you're very amazing. I thought that Celestial Emperor would definitely succeed. I didn't expect you to replace him and open up another source." There was not much emotion in the seed's voice, as if Celestial Emperor's failure was just a game. "You want to devour me?" The seed's voice paused slightly and continued, "Fong Ping, have you noticed?" Fong Ping frowned slightly, looking at the silkworm-like seed. With resentment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Noticed what?" "Haven't you noticed?" The seed seemed to have emotions as if it was smiling. "You're looking for the seed, looking for me, wanting to devour me. But have you noticed? You are actually becoming a seed too." Fong Ping frowned. "You're very powerful now," the seed said slowly. "You're nurturing a world, the three realms. This is also the world that I nurtured in the past. Your life force is flowing away, replenishing the life force of the three realms, but you won't die. Sooner or later, you'll realize that when the people of the three realms die, their life force will continue to flow away and return to you. At that time, you'll understand what a seed is." The seed said calmly, "That's a kind of balance, a kind of cycle. The more life force the three realms has, the less you have. The less the three realms has, the more you have. And I am only seeking survival. In the past, I was ignorant and lost too much life force, flowing into the three realms. If the three realms maintain balance, with birth, old age, sickness, and death, then this energy and life force would flow back sooner or later, returning to me. But the three realms have martial artists. This might be my biggest mistake. They are immortal, they're infinitely powerful. They've absorbed too much energy and life force. To maintain the balance of the three realms, to prevent the three realms from collapsing, I have no choice but to recycle this energy and life force so that I won't disappear. The seed said slowly, "All of you think that I owe you, but that's not the case. I am only struggling to survive. I don't want to wither. If I wither, the three realms will be destroyed sooner or later. The seed will be passed down from generation to generation. The seed of infinite das, the seed of rebirth, because the seed won't die, it can only be replaced." The seed continued, "If I'm devoured, you'll be the new generation's seed. You'll realize that the three realms will become like this sooner or later. The powerhouses will become stronger and stronger, but you'll become weaker and weaker. You'll have no choice but to create an apocalypse to recycle this energy and life force. The seed isn't a perpetual motion machine. Energy and life force aren't limitless. Energy is always conserved. The amount of energy we have is certain. When you can't recycle that energy, the world will be in chaos and collapse." Fong Ping frowned, looking at the seed. The seed continued, "You should be able to see the new world that I'm nurturing. This world is the world that I want. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. Life is only 100 years. After death, everything will return to the seed. The seed will nurture life again, maintaining the balance of energy. 100 years of life won't change anything. Mortals aren't strong. They won't absorb much life force. They won't exist forever." Fong Ping said coldly, "This is the reason you created the apocalypse of the three realms." At this moment, he could understand everything that the seed said. However, Fong Ping still said angrily, "Your unintentional mistake caused martial artists to appear in the three realms, powerhouses to appear. This is your own mistake. You think you can create an apocalypse to destroy the three realms?" The seed said calmly, "If I don't destroy the world, I'll be sucked dry by those powerhouses sooner or later. When that time comes, I won't be able to nurture life anymore. The living beings in the three realms will become fewer and fewer, and the powerhouses will become stronger and stronger. In the end, the outcome will be the same. The three realms will be destroyed, but there will be a few more powerhouses who will exist forever." On the other side, the sun god chuckled. "Fong Ping, do you understand?" Fong Ping snorted. "I understand, but I don't want to understand. I only know that my family, my friends, and my teachers have all died in this apocalypse." "You still don't understand," a voice came from the seed. "I know that you walked out of my inner world. I didn't punish all of this because I hope you can be the final blow of this apocalypse." The seed seemed to be looking at Fong Ping. "You did it. The three realms are now enveloped by you. As long as you return to the inner world, shatter this brain core, and destroy the three realms, all the vitality and energy that the three realms devoured will return to me. From then on, there will be no martial arts in the three realms. Energy will be conserved. Only then will the three realms be immortal, and there will be no more apocalypse." Fong Ping looked at the seed coldly. "Return to the inner world, shatter the three realms, and prevent the three realms from being destroyed? Wishful thinking, seed." Fong Ping looked at the sun god. The sun god was still alive. What role did the sun god play in this? Could it be that he was the real spokesperson of the seed? As if it understood what Fong Ping meant, the sun god chuckled. "Why are you looking at me?" "The seed means to invite me to be a supervisor, to supervise the three realms so that no one will have extraordinary life and extraordinary power in the future. As for you, you can be the god of the new world with the seed. I'll be your assistant. From now on, the three realms will only have 3 extraordinary life forms. Of course, I'm too lazy to care about this. Actually, I want to walk along this dark world and see if I can meet another seed, another 3 realms. I think that in this endless universe, there may be countless seeds. Different seeds have different wonders. The seed did not seem to care. You've already cut off your connection with the 3 realms and me. What you've consumed is only the energy that you've taken away. These lives, you're lost in the chaotic universe. You're the only one who dies. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. The sun god had long cut off its connection with the 3 realms. Fang Ping was a little surprised. How did the sun god break off? The sun god laughed. Don't look at me like that. I didn't break it off. This guy broke it off himself. He was afraid that I had absorbed too much energy and vitality. Actually, he'd given up on me a long time ago and excluded me from the 3 realms. That's why I could create my own small world back then. It's a pity that it was broken by that bastard celestial emperor. Otherwise, I might be another seed now. Actually, I really want to taste what it's like to be a seed, the sun god said with some regret. In your words, this is called carrying a small universe with me. Wherever I go, I bring the small universe with me. It's actually quite fun. The sun god laughed again. Fang Ping, today you either replace the seed and devour this guy, or you listen to it and become the god of creation together to create a world without martial arts. As for me, I'm too lazy to get involved in this. The world is so big. I really want to walk around and see this boundless dark world. Maybe I'll come back after tens of thousands of years. The seed also said, slowly, Qin Feng Qing told you everything. You can enter the inner world without any obstacles. You have 2 choices. First, devour me, replace me, and become the new seed. At that time, which is also what you guys said, when my spirituality disappeared, it didn't actually disappear. It was just replaced by your spirituality. Second, shatter the 3 realms and create a world without martial arts. You and I can continue to exist and become the god of creation of the new world. Fang Ping looked at the sun god again and shrugged. The first and second choices don't seem to be much different. However, if you choose the first one, then the energy that was previously transferred to the 3 realms can't be taken back. The 3 realms still have martial arts. Therefore, it's very likely that this scene will repeat again. Second, shatter the 3 realms, then you can create a new world. A world without martial arts will solve this problem from the root. The second choice is actually the best. However, if that's the case, everyone in the 3 realms will disappear and fall. The sun god analyzed it for him. The first choice was for Fang Ping to become the new seed. However, the 3 realms were interdependent. Then, today's scene might repeat because the 3 realms' martial arts legacy would not be destroyed. The second choice was to destroy martial arts. Destroying martial arts was not that simple. To completely destroy martial arts, the 3 realms' martial arts legacy had to be cut off. However, among the tens of billions of creatures in the 3 realms who did not cultivate martial arts, this martial arts could not be destroyed. If the 3 realms existed, today's scene would repeat sooner or later. If the 3 realms did not exist, martial arts would be destroyed, but the seed would exist forever. This was the seed's choice for Fang Ping. The seed was very indifferent. It did not fight with Fang Ping. There was no need to. Everything depended on Fang Ping. From the seed's point of view, it was just a second-generation seed replacing the first-generation seed. Even if Fang Ping chose the first option and became a seed, it still existed. It was this rational, so rational it was terrifying. Therefore, it was not human. Fang Ping frowned. If I choose the first option and martial arts don't die, will today's scene repeat itself tens of thousands of years later? Yes, the seed was indifferent. This was how it was. It would definitely repeat itself. The sun god chuckled. It will probably repeat itself. Everyone wants to become stronger. If martial arts don't die, then everyone will naturally want to become stronger. In this way, there will be conflict with you, absorbing your energy. Then, of course, We will go against each other sooner or later. Tens of thousands of years later, maybe it won't be killing the seed, but you, Fong Ping. Fong Ping frowned and fell into deep thought. Destroying martial arts. Destroying martial arts meant destroying the three realms. If martial arts didn't die, then today's scene would repeat itself. At this juncture, the seed actually gave him a choice. How to choose? It was up to Fong Ping. It was not the seed that wanted to stop him. Fong Ping looked at the seed and suddenly laughed. I choose the first option. The seed said lightly. Why? Today is the best opportunity, a good opportunity to solve the three realms' chaos from the root. Why would you choose the first option? If you are worried that I will clash with you, you don't have to. Although I am sentient, the purpose of my existence is to better maintain the balance of the three realms. You can see me as the rule. Yes, the rule. The existence of the seed was only to make the three realms operate in a more orderly manner. It was the embodiment of the rule, not a true independent entity. Because I want revenge. Fong Ping gritted his teeth. I don't care what will happen tens of thousands of years later. Why do I care about those things? I want to kill the seed. I want revenge. Would I care about what happens tens of thousands of years later? No, I don't care. What I really care about is only the present. As for what happens tens of thousands of years later, I will think about it after I kill the seed. The seed did not seem to be depressed. It said lightly, You enter the inner world and devour it. I will destroy myself. But you have to know, that way the three realms will become one and martial arts will prosper. Maybe it won't take tens of thousands of years, but thousands of years later, you will taste today's bitter fruit. Seed, eternal. The seed said lightly, You can exist for eternity. The choice you make today may cause you to be replaced by the next seed a few thousand years later. Just like today, I will be replaced by you. Nonsense. You talk too much. Fong Ping snorted coldly. The next moment, he rushed straight into the seed. The seed did not stop him. In fact, it could not stop him. Fong Ping came from the inner world. It was the embodiment of the rule. Fong Ping entering the inner world was also a kind of rule. It could not stop him. The inner world. At this moment, Fong Ping was in a trance. He saw it. He saw the inner world. He saw countless shadows. Yes, shadows. This was just an immature projection world. It was not a real world, unlike the three realms. It was similar to his origin world. Fong Ping was in a trance, a little bitter. So, I came from here. If that was the case in the eyes of the shadows, there was actually a world of their own. Just like me. In my eyes, the original Earth was actually just a world of the shadows of the people in the three realms. This was not a mature world. At this moment, Fong Ping felt a little emotional. He understood what the seed meant. If the three realms were shattered, this world of shadows would become a real world. If he engulfed this world, the three realms would become the only real world. How should he choose? Fong Ping had long made a decision. He would talk about the future in the future. At this moment, Fong Ping let out a low roar. His brain nucleus appeared. With a rumble, the inner world began to be engulfed by him. Countless shadows began to enter the three realms. Each of the illusory figures seemed to correspond to one another. The shadows entered the bodies of the people in the three realms who were in slumber. Fong Ping was in a trance. After these people woke up, did their memories retain their original memories of the three realms? Or were the memories of this world of shadows the same as his? He did not know. If some of them retain their memories of the three realms, and some of them retain their memories of the world of shadows, then does it mean that those who retain their memories of Earth will feel that they have become transmigrators? Fong Ping's imagination ran wild. Suddenly, he could not help but laugh. He was thinking if there were some people who retained their memories of the Earth of Shadows, would they feel like he did, that they had transmigrated to a new world? Following the engulfing of the world of shadows, Fang Ping felt that the consciousness of the seed was dissipating. It indeed needed the world to maintain its existence, to maintain the existence of intelligence, because it was a rule when the world no longer existed. There was no need for rules. Naturally, the consciousness of the seed would not exist. The consciousness of the seed gradually dissipated. As for Fang Ping, at this moment he felt like he could occupy this seed, replace this seed, become a new seed, and continue to nurture the three realms. Fang Ping walked out of the inner world and looked at the body of the seed. That was a pure structure of energy and vitality. The sun god was outside at this moment. When it saw Fang Ping, it smiled and said, "You're going to become a seed. Congratulations." Fang Ping looked at it. "If I don't eat this seed, what will happen?" "You can feel it yourself. Your energy is not enough for the three realms to consume. Soon you will grow old and die." Fang Ping rubbed his chin and said, "But I promised a cat to eat the seed. If the cat eats the seed, what will happen?" The sun god looked at him strangely. "Then the cat will become the source of energy, unless you can let the cat release this energy on its own. Otherwise, with the three realms in your brain, it will still consume your energy. In this way, you will die very quickly." As the sun god spoke, it still said, "Actually, you still have a chance now. You can still destroy the three realms now because you haven't inherited the energy and vitality of the seed. After inheriting it, you will become a new rule, and the rule doesn't allow you to destroy the three realms you nurtured yourself." "How do you know?" Fang Ping was surprised. The sun god said casually, "Didn't I tell you? I nurtured a small world before, but it was destroyed by the celestial emperor later." Fang Ping was even more surprised. You didn't do it on purpose, did you? You deliberately let the celestial emperor destroy your small world? How is that possible? I wanted to be an old grandpa with a small world. It was all done by that bastard, the celestial emperor. Fang Ping looked at him suspiciously, somewhat suspecting that he had taken the initiative to let the celestial emperor destroy it. According to him, once he became a rule, there was no way to destroy the world he had created. This guy most likely couldn't hold on any longer and deliberately let the celestial emperor be destroyed. As expected, the sun god was a cunning person. The sun god was too lazy to say anything more. He looked at Fang Ping and said with a smile, "Kid, what's your choice?" "Destroy the three realms." Fang Ping exhaled softly and smiled. "How is that possible? My brothers are still here, my friends are still here, my family is still here. How can I destroy the three realms?" Fang Ping suddenly laughed and said, "I have an immature idea." The sun god looked at him with a strange look in his eyes. "How was it immature?" "What do you think? How about we take turns to be the banker?" "What?" "I'll cut the three realms again, into a real world and a projected world." Fang Ping grinned and said, "Divide the three realms, the cat will become the seed of the real world, and I will become the seed of the projected world. Now, I suddenly know what the three emperors' Tao is used for. To connect these two realms, the cat and I will be connected. When there are more powerhouses in the three realms, the cat will no longer be able to hold on. I will enter the real world, cultivate and become a seed, replace the cat, and let the cat enter the projected world to cultivate. After that, if I can't hold on anymore, let the cat enter the real world, cultivate and become a seed, replace me, and I will enter the projected world. Do you think it's reliable?" "You mean," the sun god looked at him in surprise, "you and the cat will take turns to be the seed and make the seed completely the world? If it can't do it, you will take over. If you can't do it, it will become the seed?" As he said that, the sun god said strangely, "Do you trust this cat that much? Aren't you afraid that this cat will become the seed of the real world and integrate with your projected world? In that case, you will be like the first generation seed, completely vanishing into thin air." Fang Ping chuckled. "Do you think this lazy cat will be interested in being a seed forever?" "That's hard to say. I believe in this cat." "Then you can try, but Can you believe that after you enter the real world, you will become a seed again? Of course. Fong Ping laughed. It's still too early to reincarnate once every 10,000 years. Let the cat be the boss for 10,000 years first. Then I will be the boss later. As he said that, Fong Ping said softly, I can't see through the projected world now. If I divide the world and enter the projected world, then I should be able to see through it. Then I can see those projections. You mean, Fong Ping said bitterly. Old Zhang and the others are all dead, but they still have projections left behind. I can't see through their world now, but when I become the master of this world, then I should be able to see them again. Then in the real world, there are people who are not dead. What about them? Fong Ping sighed. I'm a little tired. I'll run both ways. I'll transmigrate every day. The cat is the master of the real world, and I'm the master of the projected world. I'll transmigrate every few days, feeling the charm of the real world while going to the projected world to enjoy peace. The sun god rolled its eyes. Transmigrate every few days. Was this something a human would say? Needless to say, this might really work. He had not tried it before, and he did not know if it would work. However, if it really worked, Fong Ping could see those who had died, and at the same time he could come to the real three realms to feel martial arts and experience the world of martial arts. It was just that it would be a lot more troublesome. He would have to travel between the two realms often. The sun god looked at him strangely. Kid, you have a lot of clever ideas. Don't say, let the cat get some corporeal bodies, maybe you can even pick up Zhang Tao and the others from time to time. They've become projections. In theory, they're already dead. But souls transmigrate, that works too. You might even be able to live together in the same world. It's just that their identities will be different. If they come to the real world, they'll be considered as transmigrators. Having said that, the sun god suddenly shook. The underworld. Fong Ping was stunned. The sun god murmured, the underworld. Right? The projected world, the underworld. The real world, the world of the living. You're considered as ghosts. Ghosts occupy corporeal bodies and return to the world of the living. How reincarnation? At this moment, the sun god was completely stunned. Everything that Fong Ping said was too similar to the world he had conceived in the past. Could it be that this was the perfect balance? The underworld, the world of the living? As for Fong Ping, he was also slightly stunned. The underworld, the world of the living? This, the creativity that he had casually said, actually matched the theory of the world of the living? The projected world was indeed made up of a large number of dead people. Those who did not die had already returned to their original bodies after the fusion. The dead's projections could not find a home to return to. That was why they would linger. Fong Ping was stunned for a moment, looking at the sun god. Why is it called the world of the living? Nonsense, I'm young. I'm not dead yet. What's wrong with calling it the world of the living? Don't tell me it's called the morgue. The sun god rolled its eyes. Don't say that. Your projected world can be called the morgue too. Having said that, he looked at Fong Ping again and exclaimed, Kid, don't say that. This way it might really succeed. Do you want to give it a try? He felt that the possibility was very high. The cat would be the ruler of the world of the living, and Fong Ping would be the ruler of the underworld. In this way, Fong Ping and the others could transmigrate from the world of the living to the world of the living again. When the cat could not hold on anymore, Fong Ping would replace it. Anyway, this energy was conserved. As long as Fong Ping could ensure that the energy did not flow out, it would be fine. Fong Ping laughed. He suddenly felt that the idea that he had proposed was very good. Maybe he could really return to the world of the living with old Zhang and the others again. A group of ghosts returning again? He was not considered a ghost. No, he was actually considered a ghost, because he had originally come from that projected world. The world of the dead, the earth of my past life, the world of the living, and now the three realms. Fong Ping broke into a grin. In the next moment, he grabbed a cat from his head. This cat was asleep. At this moment, It seemed to have smelled the fragrance and fell asleep. Its fat body wriggled, twisting and crawling toward the shell of the seed. Crookedly it crawled toward the seed. Its eyes were closed, its tongue hanging out. It licked the seed, as if it felt that it was delicious. This cat, even if it was asleep, suddenly swallowed the seed in one gulp. Delicious! A muffled sound was heard. The cat was satisfied, closing its eyes to enjoy. This cat seemed to have eaten something amazing. As for Fong Ping, he laughed treacherously. Big cat, you win. The final winner. You have become the seed, the ruler of the world of the living, the cat. And I, Fong Ping, the ruler of the world of the dead. 2 worlds. Earth without martial arts. The 3 realms with martial arts. 1 yin, 1 yang. The world of the dead has no energy, no martial arts. The world of the living has energy, martial arts, and a fat cat as a seed. It only knows how to eat, drink, poop, and sleep, never cares about anything, never thinks about destroying the world. Fong Ping laughed. At this moment, the fused 3 realms was divided into 2. 3 passageways crossing 2 worlds. It was not considered a complete separation. There was still a connection. The passageway of the 3 emperors. 6 paths of reincarnation, still missing 3. Fong Ping murmured. 6 paths of reincarnation. At this moment, there were 3. Then I'll have 3 more. Fong Ping laughed. At this moment, there were 3 paths connecting the 2 worlds again. The world of the dead, the world of the living. 6 paths of reincarnation. At this moment, Fong Ping was satisfied. He kicked the still sleeping cat. Seeing the cat open its eyes in a daze, Fong Ping laughed. Congratulations, Cat Emperor. You've become the ruler of the 3 realms. I'm going to the world of the dead. Remember to guide me at any time. No, maybe there's no need. I've already connected yin and yang. Fong Ping laughed heartily, stepping into another projected world in an instant. I'm originally from this side. I also have a real body in the 3 realms. Maybe I can connect yin and yang at any time. From now on, I'll go to both worlds. The cat was stunned. What did he mean? What cat brother? Was he saying that cat was a younger brother? Meow. The cat looked at the sun god innocently. Why was this old man here? Where was this cat? Who was this cat? What was this cat doing? Confused. Also, what a powerful cat. Why could it sense that there was a hidden 3 realms in the cat world? How strange! How was this cat connected to the 3 realms? The cat was confused. The sun god looked at the confused cat and laughed. This stupid cat. There was no way to explain it. Liar, you said you would give me seeds to eat, the cat muttered. This cat hadn't eaten the seeds yet. You big liar, where did you go? Why did it feel like you went to another world? How strange! The sun god laughed loudly. Interesting, how interesting. This man and cat would take turns to be the banker and seeds in the future. It might be very interesting. This 3 realms might really be balanced. Others might be reluctant to give up their power after becoming seeds. This cat would be reluctant to give up? The sun god laughed, looked at the cat, and said playfully, Stupid cat, I'll give you a car full of food in exchange for your power. Deal. The cat looked at him, disdainfully. A look of disdain. Stupid a car? Are you looking down on cats? 1,000 cars. No, 10,000 cars. This cat can think about it. Ha ha ha. The sun god laughed completely. This stupid cat was interesting. This 3 realms, this new 3 realms, might become more and more interesting. Fong Ping, be careful, be careful. When I come back one day, I'll exchange food for a young realm dominator. Ha ha ha. The sun god laughed loudly. I'm leaving. The world is so big I want to see it. Fong Ping, cat, we'll meet again if fate wills it. You guys take care of that Jin guy. I'm going to travel this chaotic universe too. We'll meet again if fate wills it. As the sun god laughed, his figure gradually disappeared in this vast universe. in this endless darkness. We'll meet again if fate wills it. The three realms was reborn. The yin and yang realms existed side by side. Perhaps this was the final destination of the three realms. The sun god disappeared with a laugh. The cat shook its big head, too lazy to care about him. It lay down and went to sleep. It kept feeling that something had happened. Its memory was not very good, as if it had forgotten something. Where was this cat? How strange! The liar said he would give it seeds to eat. Where were the seeds? Liar bastard! Not letting the cat eat seeds really made the cat angry. P.S. It's not a perfect ending. Thank you for everyone's support along the way. I'll present a speech after the completion later. Chapter 1486. On June 4, 2018, he published Global High Marshal, and on October 6, 2019, he typed out the final speech. 14 months, for 120 days, more than 8. 3 million words, 550 Alliance Masters. First place in the monthly votes 3 times. Top 10 of the Golden Ranking list for 2 years. Best-selling for more than 300 days. More than 50,000 subscriptions on Qidian. Winner of the 2018 Golden Keyboard. Holder of the fastest 5-star masterpiece on Qidian. Too much glory. Congratulations to Gao Wu. Congratulations to Old Eagle. Congratulations to Gao Wu's book friends. Thank you, everyone, for your company, support, and support. Thank you, everyone, for giving Old Eagle so much glory, so many halos. It was not a perfect ending, but Old Eagle still liked it. He did not resurrect those who died. They were heroes, and a resurrected hero would be a little different. But I could not bear to see them die. Thus there was the underworld. The underworld has its life, the peace we yearn for, the martial arts we look forward to. The yang world has its glory. The martial path contends for supremacy. The martial path must contend. The martial path is king. Yin and yang are inseparable. I hope everyone will like this ending. Along the way, there were too many people that I could not bear to let go of. Martial King Zhang Tao, Underworld King Li Zhen, War King Jiang Tianming, Longevity Swordsman Li Changshen, Snake King Wu Quishan, the 3 reincarnations of the 3 emperors, Wang Jinyang, Li Hansong, Yao Qingjun, the Qin family young and old, the only descendant of the Qin family, Qin Jiaxing. I could not bear to let them go, could not bear to let them disappear completely. So there was the yin and yang realms. Once again, thank you, everyone, for supporting Old Eagle in writing the ending that he likes. Mainly because there are no chapters to write, I am not afraid of being scolded, ha ha ha. Thank you, everyone. I will continue to write more chapters in the future. Chun Yunqi, Li Changshen, Fang Yuan, Old Wang, there are many, many things that I have not finished writing. But I feel that it is time to end here, and this is it. Those people, those stories, the wandering longevity swordsman, and the departed young god all have their stories. I will continue to write more chapters for everyone. Finally, regarding the new book, Old Eagle is too tired and needs to rest for a while. The book will be released in December. As for the specific date, everyone, please wait for the notification. I hope to see you in the next story. Thank you, everyone. Gao Wu awesome.